Mary yaoimas, Mary yaoimas. Oh my gosh, thank you so much for the subscribe. Hi, Calvin. Mary yaoimas to you. Mary yaoimas, everybody. I have something not so special because Steam is down right now. But hi Calvin, hi Necro, hi Freck, hi everybody, hi. Are you having a wonderful yaoimas? I hope you're having a wonderful yaoimas today. I'm a bit upset. I'm a bit frazzled because Steam is down. I cannot buy anything from the store. I can't do like really anything in Steam. Which is bad because I had something planned and now I can't buy the game because it's not working. It hates me. It's a very unhappy yaoimas to Steam specifically, and also an unhappy yaoimas to Final Fantasy 14 that's going under maintenance on Christmas Eve. That's fucked up. Unhappy yaoimas to Final Fantasy 14. Unhappy yaoimas to Steam itself. The application, the video game website, Steam.com. Is it Steam.com? I don't know, but we're beefing right now because I had a wonderful game queued up. I just needed to add it to cart, spend my money, and now I'm upset because I can't do that. Now I'm upset because I can't do that. Wait, I'm gonna try it one more time. Come on, please, 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 please. Steam, please, 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 please. Yeah, it's not working. It hates me. It hates me. I should have done this before the song slays. But yeah, yaoimas. We're having an okay yaoimas, but I'm still pretty upset. So we'll start the festivities really fast. And then I have like a poll because we gotta figure out what we're doing for yaoimas. We gotta figure out what we're gonna do. We gotta figure out what we're gonna do because the thing I had in my back pocket is not working right now. Okay, are you ready? Are you ready to start? Are you ready to start? I have some songs that I want to play. It's not yaoimas without it. It's not yaoimas. Oh, sign in to confirm. Mother flipper. Okay. One moment, please. I need to sign into Firefox. No. Sign in. Set home address. I live in a forest. I don't have a house. Lala Amanita. It's me. Yeah, it's me. Okay. Are you ready? Are you ready? Can you hear it? Is it really loud? It's really loud. The first day of Yaoi, my true love gave to me, a stalker staring at me. On the second day of Yaoi, my true love gave to me, two braided whips and a stalker staring at me. On the third day of Yaoi, my true love gave to me, three butt plugs, two braided whips, and a stalker staring at me. The fourth day of Yaoi, my true love gave to me, four naked boys, three butt plugs, two braided whips, and a stalker staring at me. The fifth day of Yaoi, my true love gave to me, five heaving thrusts, four naked boys, three butt plugs, two braided whips, and a stalker staring at me. On the sixth day of Yaoi, my true love gave to me, six sexy cat boys, five heaving thrusts, four naked boys, three butt plugs, two braided whips, and a stalker staring at me. On the seventh day of Yaoi, my true love gave to me, seven semen spraying, six sexy cat boys, five heaving thrusts, 4 naked boys, 3 butt plugs, 2 braided whips, and a stalker staring at me. On the 8th day of Yowie, my true love gave to me 8 middle 7 swimming spring, 6 sexy cat boys, 5 heaving thrust, 4 naked boys, 3 butt plugs, 2 braided whips, and a stalker staring at me. On this 9th day of Yowie, my true love gave to me 9 Yukis crying, 8 men and milking, 7 semis still spraying, 6 sexy cat boys, 5 heaving thrusts, 4 naked boys, 3 butt plugs, 2 braided whips, and a stalker staring at me. On the 10th day of Yowie, my true love gave to me 10 lords of laying, 9 Yukis crying, 8 men and milking, 7 semis spraying, 6 sexy cat boys, 5 heaving thrusts, 4 naked boys, 3 butt plugs, 2 braided whips, and a stalker staring at me. On the 11th day of Yowie, my true love gave to me 11 demons dripping, 10 lords a laying, 9 ukes crying, 8 men a milking, 7 semis spray finishing, 6 sexy cat boys, 5 heaving thrusts, 4 naked boys, 3 butt plugs, 2 braided whips, and a stalker staring at me. On the 12th day of Yowie, my true love gave to me 12 fishies stripping, 11 demons dripping, 10 lords a laying, 9 ukes crying, 8 men and milking, 7 starting up again, 6 sexy cat boys, 5 heaving thrusts, 4 naked boys, 3 butt plugs, 2 braided whips, and a stalker staring at me. Did you like it? Oh, did you like it? Did you like it? I think that this is the best way to start yaoimas. This is the best way to start yaoimas. Is with 12 days of yaoi. But now we have to listen to my last seme. Are you ready? Are you ready? Oh my god, it's Loveless. That's crazy. This is so beautiful. I want to cry. Merry Christmas. Merry Christmas. Wait. Merry Christmas, Deb. Merry Christmas, Deb. Good night. Have a Merry Christmas. Good night. Good night. Good night. Have a wonderful yaoimas also. Okay, are you ready? Are you ready? Are you ready? Last seme, I gave you my heart, but the very next day you turned me more gay. This year, I'll give you my rear. Come on, let's go find a motel. Last seme, I gave you my heart. The very next day, you turned me more gay. This year, I'll give you my rear. Come on, let's go find a. Come on, let's go find a motel. Yeah! Once bitten and twice shy. You picked me up and then I touched your thigh. Tell me, baby, now that you're rising. Well, you licked my ear, so I'm compromising. Now Christmas, I tied you up and had some fun. Then we kissed, I love you and you are the one. Now I know what an uke I've been. But if you miss me now, I know we do it again. Last seme, I gave you my heart. The very next day, you turned me more gay. This year, I'll give you my rear. Come on, let's go find motel. Last seme, I gave you my heart. The very next day, you turned me more gay. This year, I'll give you my rear. Loveless jump scare. Come on, let's go find a motel. Motel. Yeah. Gravitation jump scare. I love yaoi. I don't love you. Loveless. Good room. So you with fishy eyes, hiding from you and your amazing size. Knew that you were someone I could jump on. Me, I guess I was a rear and a plow on. Mixed with the lover with the fire in his heart. We did it under covers, but you ripped me apart. Ooh. I found a real love, won't you do me again? Last May, I gave you my heart. The very next day, you turned me more gay. This year, I'll give you my rear. Come on, let's go find a motel. Last May, I gave you my heart. The very next day, you turned me more gay. This year, I'll give you my rear. Come on, let's go find a motel. Last May, I gave you my heart. The very next day, you turned me more gay. This year, I'll give you my rear. Come on, let's go find a motel. This is a beautiful song. I think it really encapsulates yaoimas. Merry Tree Day. Merry Tree Day to you. Okay, last one. It's gonna be living in a yaoi wonderland. I'm having fun. Oh, we got snooze! Welcome Raiders! I have a song for you. Are you listening? In our bed, sweat is glistening. A beautiful sight, and you get tonight, living in a yaoi wonderland. Way are the old toys, here to stay is the cat boy. Let me so strong, and also real long, living in a yaoi wonderland. In the bedroom we can have a threesome and pretend that you are now a top. I'll say, are you ready for it? And then we'll mess around until I pop. Later on, we'll perspire as we scream by the fire. The way we just played. I'm glad you're my slave, living in a yaoi wonderland. We're not gonna think about what we're seeing too hard, I think. All I want for Christmas is yaoi. I'll do another one for the Raiders. Hi, Snooze. You came in at a time. It's time for yaoi, miss. Is this incest gem or incest slop? This is incest gem, I think. Felice yaoi dad. 12 days of yaoi I've already done. We could do deck the balls. Deck the balls. Grandpa got plowed over by a semi. It's beginning to look a lot like yaoi, I think. It's beginning to look a lot like yaoi. Everywhere you go. Strippers working for 5s and 10s. Shipping them once again. Sasuke and that guy from Naruto. It's beginning to look a lot like yaoi. This is a newer one. Wrapped all in a bow. And the horniest sight you'll see is the seme that will be mistletoe. With stylish red boots and a pistol that shoots the wish of Barney and Ben. Ones that wolf talk and then go for a walk is the dream of Kyle and Ken. And Mom and Dad keep questioning the glitter in the den. It's beginning to look a lot like yaoi. And Uke's all rejoice. There's a guy in a cheap motel. There's one in the park as well. For a kind that doesn't mind the blow. It's beginning to look a lot like yaoi. Seme's in control. And the thing that will make him moan is the lover lying prone on his bare skin rug. On his bare skin rug. This one is a newer one, I think. 8 years ago? Okay, not newer. Not newer. Okay, we gotta do a Yaoi Press is coming to con. It's new. It's 8 years old. What about All I Want for Christmas is Yaoi? Okay, last one. All I Want for Christmas is Yaoi. Or we could do Gay Ride or Jiggly Balls. Kissing around the Xmas tree, the Christmas tree. We wish you a Yaoi. Okay, we wish you a Yaoi Christmas. Warning, Yaoi. No, I'm not into incest. What the hell? We wish you a Yaoi Christmas. We wish you a Yaoi Christmas. We wish you a Yaoi Christmas. And the May that's long. We brought for you and your lamento some Yaoi for Christmas. Now get in my den. Oh, bring us a creamy mouthful. Oh, bring us a creamy mouthful. Oh, bring us a creamy mouthful. And a cup with loud moans. Hi, readers. Welcome. Happy yaoimas. Happy yaoimas. We won't go until we get some. We won't go until we get some. We won't go until we get some. So shoot some out here. We wish you a Yaoi Christmas. We wish you a Yaoi Christmas. We wish you a Yaoi Christmas. And I said, may that's long. Yay! Happy Yaoimas! Oh, you can slowly see the ancient text get lost in these Yaoi videos. You just cut your hair. Wait, what? Really? I want to see. I don't think there's anything better than like last seme or living in a Yaoi wonderland or 12 days of Yaoi. You're getting home, be patient. Wow! Wow! Okay, I think I could do one more before we have to vote on what I do next. Because Steam is not working, which is fucked up. Last seme, I give you my heart. When am I getting my own green heat gizmo? When I figure out how to make stuff. Probably in the new year. Carol of the Balls. I think Carol of the Balls. So my balls, also to say, here's like new K, this is here, third eye cheer, born to behold, for young and old, from being a schlong, that is their song, with joyful pain, UK's will strain, one scene is to hear, screams of good cheer from the affair, pounding with care, oh how they pound, raising the sound, over the hill and dale. Wait, I don't know this one. I don't know this one! Gaily the fling while his butt stings, with Yaoi cheer, Christmas is here, I just hope I get another deep kiss. But Yaoi, 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 Christmas. Yaoi, 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 at Christmas. Weird song. It is their song with joyful pain. Lucas will strain. Christmas is here with Yaoi cheer. Born to behold for young and old. Ding dong. It's their song with joyful ring. All with moaning. On without end. Okay, for his but to mend. Ding dong. Ding. Dong, ding, dong, ding, dong. Wait, which pair did I like best of Junjo? The main one, I think. Because I'm basic. I also like the main one best in like Sekaiichi. I'm basic. Okay. Another oh shit, that's Itachi and Sasuke! What the fuck? Okay, here's Sasuke and Naruto. Okay, is it Naru Sasu or Sasu Naru? We're gonna fight on this. While I eat my pudding. Incest Gemmer, incest slob. It's slob. No, it's a slop. It's a slop. It's a slop. It's a slop. I don't like that one. I don't like that one. I don't like it's slop for sure. I don't like that one. Pudding. a Christmas pudding, which is just regular pudding from the fridge. Oh, I slopped it on myself. Wait, wait, are you saying Itachi is slob? Wait, I like Itachi. What's wrong with Itachi? He was just exploited by the government to do atrocities. Oh, okay. Okay, thank you for clarifying. I was like, we're not gonna have our first like big fight about it if Itachi's a good character or not. Sorry, I'm eating pudding. God, I love pudding. I need a water. I gotta grow so Chungus moves at a relatively equal pace. Real. You saw Naruto slash Gar in the list. You thought that was kind of fire. I like Naruto slash Gar. Oh my god, I have a yaoi story for all of you, and this was back in the day before Naruto was finished. Right, I was reading a Naruto high school AU on some website. It might have been AO3. It might have been fanfiction.net. I don't remember. Um, but I was reading a Naruto high school AU, and it was so long, and it was like my favorite thing. And it was like they're all in high school, Naruto, Sasuke, Gaara, and it was like Naruto, Sasuke, Gaara, like like love triangle. It was awesome. And then Naruto ended, and the author of the fanfic was so pissed about the ending that she was like, I'm never writing this ever again. Goodbye. And that's how it ended. We'll never get a good ending for my Naruto high school AMV. Not AMV, high school AU. You'd be pissed too if you were Boruto. This was before Boruto. Is this Naruto Yaoi? No, vodka, vodka. This is Carol of the Balls, Yaoi Christmas song. Because I did Yaoi Christmas. We had some Yaoi Christmas, but I think Yaoi Christmas is over. But what I wanted to do was play a furry yaoi visual novel, and I would only be able to play it on Steam. You could only play it on Steam, but right now Steam isn't working for me, and I don't think it's working for anybody because Steam status like down right. Oh, yeah, okay. Unofficial Steam status down right now. Unofficial Steam status is that Steam is down right now on steamstat.us. On Down Detector, Steam is also down, if you were wondering. So we can't play Steam game that I haven't purchased because I wanted to purchase it, and now I can't purchase it because we can't do it. So and now I have to do something else. But I have a poll. Wait, is it working? All these Yaoi videos, and we haven't seen Alba yet. Oh my god, wait, chat, have you seen? They're doing fucking Dramatical Murder Reconnect on the Switch. Do today's sponge or lime? What is sponge or lime? I'm scared. Wait, I'm scared. What is sponge or lime? Sponge or lime. Ah, that's bright. What's inside sponge or lime? What's inside sponge or lime? We're using AI? Oh. Okay. After sponge or lime, I'll post my poll.
Sponge or lime?
Sponge. Sponge. Oh gosh, it doesn't sound like a sponge. It sounds like a lime. I don't know what it sounds like. Oh, that might be a sponge. Oh no, is that a lime? I'm gonna be so mad. I'm gonna be so mad at that. Ooh, you better not be a lime. No, that's a lime. That's a lime. Oh, I fucked up. It's juicy. It's juicy. It's a lime. I'm gonna kill myself. Oh, it was right. It was a sponge. It was a sponge. I'm right. Today's answer was sponge. Hi. I'm right. I'm right. I'm right. I'm right. I was right. Okay, now I have to post my poll. I like sponge. Wait, we can do the scramble too, I guess. Wait, this is going to the favorites. I like sponge or lime. Let's play daily. Okay, chili, chicken, loaded fries, or hot dog with pepperoni and cheese. Okay, it has to be this one, right? It's like chili, chicken, loaded fries, and chili is good, and chicken is good. Yeah. Hop on your dole. Your dole is too hard. Cottage pie or beef pie? I don't know what's in a cottage pie, and I don't want to know. This one, like, its crust looks nicer, I guess. Wait, what's a cottage pie? Oh, it's a shepherd's pie. Okay, I know what a shepherd's pie is. I'll get that. I'll do that one. I'm sorry, I'm getting like British words. I'm the ancient text of jerk chicken, yummy. Jerk chicken. The ancient text of British food. Vegetable or the ancient text of British food. Jalapeno cheese sausage or pizza slice, but with salsa verde. Jalapeno cheese sausage or pizza slice. I don't think I'd eat either of these things. Probably pizza slice? Yeah. Steak and chips bowl or pie, peas, and gravy. We need to consider that steak and pies bowl, steak and it looks fine. It's not great. Steak and chips bowl is 11 pounds. Pies, pea, and gravy is $5.50. But also pie, peas, and gravy looks like shit. Oh my god, I'm doing so good. Halftime Sunday roast or mushroom, spinach, and truffle pie. Halftime Sunday roast. Halftime Sunday roast, right? It's got a Yorkshire pudding. It's got like the saddest carrots I've ever seen in my entire life. It's got like roasted potatoes, some roasties. Does it also have mashed potatoes? It also has like broccoli. And I guess that looked like chicken or something, like roast chicken. Or mushroom, spinach, and truffle pie. They both look bad. I don't want either. I don't want either of them. Wow, those fries must be heavy. Because they're 8 pounds. Oh, 11 pounds. They were 11 pounds. Ah! Ah! Chat, which one would you rather eat? Halftime Sunday roast or mushroom, spinach, and truffle pie? But it's got like the peas on top, and I think people would see the peas and be like, ew. Okay, I was right. What's their price? They're like they're 25 cents difference. Chicken kebab, no price data, or ice cream sandwich. Oh fuck, what the fuck is that? What the fuck? Ice cream sandwich? Or chicken kebab, right? Kebab. That was an ice cream sandwich. Pie, mushy peas and gravy, or sausage roll. Oh no, we have this might be bag of bugs versus cup of bugs or something. I'd rather probably pie, mushy peas, and gravy, right? Because that looks like kind of dog. They both look dog, but you're bugs. Hi, bugs. Oh no, I don't know. This one's cheaper. Double cheeseburger with bacon or macaroni and cheese. This one is $5.50 and this one is $4.50. Also, I feel like this picture is not an accurate representation of what you're getting because they've already taken 2 bites out of it. But the mac and cheese looks like kind of really sad. I'd rather have the burger. 100? Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. I'm a peerless scranner. I'm a peerless scranner on this yaoimas. I need to take a screenshot. I've never done this before. I've never gotten a 10 out of 10. This is Christmas for me. This is yaoimas for me. Okay, now I have the poll up. I'm gonna start the poll. Is what should I do for yaoimas? I have 2 visual novels or something else. 2 visual novels or something else. And let me explain the visual novels. We have A Tropical Christmas. And we also have For the Love of Christmas. Oh god, is it not loading? Come on, please. Okay, we have A Tropical Christmas, which is hoping to reconnect with his long-lost sibling after 20 years. Programmer Chase McShane arrives in Boracay just weeks before Christmas. Amidst the sparkling crystal waters, festive paroles, yummy Filipino food, and lively karaoke, will Chase discover the magic of the holidays and the love of family. Or, For the Love of Christmas. You're a writer from a small town in the Midwest who moved to Los Angeles to try and jumpstart your writing career. However, you were forced to work long hours with poor pay and no lunch breaks as an uncredited writing assistant. After a couple of years working tirelessly through Christmas break, you finally quit your job when you realize your superior has stolen your work and claimed it as his own. For the first time in years, you return home for the holidays. Your parents are planning on throwing a massive Christmas party and involving the entire family, but your heart isn't in it until you reconnect with an old classmate, Jordan, who you remember as a shy, nerdy kid with braces who now has a chiseled set of abs and an infectious smile, which causes butterflies in your stomach. Check my DMs. I'm checking my DMs. Okay. Will this... okay, let me make sure I don't open this in Firefox. Oh my god! Wait, that's so much hair! Okay, what should I do for this yaoimas? Nobody voted for anything! I'm redoing the poll. Y'all suck. What should I do for yaoimas? Hi, Arsman! Hi! Wow, I can't believe Brad has short hair now. The Love of Christmas A Tropical Christmas something else. Okay, you gotta vote in the poll now. Do we play this visual novel? Do we play this visual novel? Or do we do something else? I didn't throw it up on screen yet. I didn't know you wanted me to throw it up on screen. You have short hair now. Are you bald now? Chat, is my wife bald? Is my wife bald? Good night, Dave. Okay, wait, look at all of Prod's hair that they don't have anymore. I'm just gonna put it in our browser tab. I have so many browser tabs open. You're so bald now! You're so bald now! Your hair was really long though. Your hair was really long. But now you're bald. But now you're bald. I'm sorry for making fun of you for being bald. Wait, you have to show me what your hair looks like. And I won't show chat. You gotta show me. Cthulhu Saves Christmas? I'll find it. I'll find it. I'll find it. It can't be on Steam? It's on Steam. Oh, it's on the Nintendo Switch. Wait, if it's on the Nintendo Switch, I could probably figure it out. If it's on the Switch, I can figure it out, but Steam's not working, so my, like, real thing isn't... The real thing I wanted to do, we can't do. Because they can't buy it on Steam right now. Unless... Oh my god, it's working! Oh my god, it's working! Wait, holy shit, it's working! Okay, I lied. The thing that we're gonna play the furry yaoi game. Okay, it's working now. I'm happy. Let's not show my PayPal account to everybody. I'm so excited to play this furry game. Christmas is actually saved. Christmas is saved. It's gonna download for a second. But Christmas is actually saved. This is crazy that it's working now. Let's go. Let's go. It's working. It's working. It's working. It's working. It's working. I'm so excited. I'm so excited. I'm so excited. I'm so excited. You think I'll show Discord on screen on accident? That's what you did to me! Those who don't know, Prod has actually doxed me. I think. I'm pretty sure this is a real thing that has happened. Okay. Get out of here. Get out of here. Oh. My game. Y'all should have 0 dox moments. I sent them like a selfie. I didn't like spoil tag it. And they showed Discord. Sound mixer options. Oh my god, it's in Chinese! Game. I don't speak Chinese. This is gonna... Which one is... Game capture? Does it work? You're gonna be a window capture? You need to be window captured. Okay. You're a window capture situation. But now you have double audio. And now okay. Language. English. Let's go. Call Malfont. No, it's fine. It's not in Chinese anymore. I fixed it. Not fixed. It's not... I'm not fixing it. I'm just changing it. Is it too loud? How does it sound? Is it good? Does it sound good? Does it sound good? And also, do you love me? And are you ready? Are you ready? No, this is gameplay that you would like! This is gameplay that you would like! Prod, this is gameplay you would like! It's furries! You don't like you make video games! You hate video games. There's furries! You like furries! We're investigating crime scene. The snow had stopped. A lonely lupine detective slowly pushed his way against the snow. Hi, AB. We're playing furry gay Christmas game. My wife straight up hates me. Look here. Oh, jingles my keys, jingles my keys, jingles my keys. That's a good emote. That's a good emote. I like it. Jingles keys, jingles keys. How have I been? I've been good. How have you been? Merry Chrysler and a happy Honda sales day. Happy Honda Day sales event. It was a familiar pathway he followed, his footsteps heavy on the snow-buried stone pavement as he approached his destination. You just came back from a trip? You just reached home? Hell yeah. Day 1, 23rd of December, 1285. Gotta go to church in an hour or so. Is it Quimbim? Is it Quimbim? 19-hour train ride ain't as fun as holy shit. No, I don't think that's fun. It's 2 days until Christmas and 2 days until the end of my fast. As nice it is to feast on Christmas, I can't stomach a month-long fast. A whole month without any meat would certainly turn any wolf into a hare. Next time I'm not fasting for a month just to solve a case. Lucky for me, I closed my last case before it ruined my vacation at the White Star Tavern. I'm not going to let another case interrupt my vacation. Not even a murder. Bah, bah, bah. I pulled my fur coat tighter and continued to walk against the cold wind towards the distant tavern. I finally saw the sign of the White Star just as the warm breath coming out of me began to froze against my snout. Hi, AB. I'm drinking coffee. Oh my god, dab me up. Wait, dab me up right now? Dab me up right now? How do you get me to play a Christmas horror game? You buy it for me. You buy it for me, I guess. Intercepted, that's fucked up. Wait, dab me up again. Dab me up again, bro. I wonder why the tavern keeper won't. Hell yeah! Hell yeah! I wonder why the tavern keeper won't move to a better spot. If it weren't for their excellent cider, a tavern this far from downtown wouldn't last a year. Add it to Throne. What is it called? Oh, I got an achievement. The door's hinges creaked as I pushed it open. The warm scent of the fireplace smoke, cooking bacon and wheat bread encircled me. Several oil-painted portraits of white fur dragons decorated the walls, each one exquisitely painted. Look some up. Okay. Haven't seen you for a while. What would you like to have today? Oh god, Sarzan was dusting one of his precious portraits when I entered the tavern. He paused just long enough to speak, then continued his work. Why doesn't Azure-scale dragon like him love white fur dragons so much? Maybe I'll never know. Oh my god. Oh baby, we're playing furry Christmas yaoi game. I'm actually not sure if it's yaoi, but it does say LGBT on Steam, so same as usual, but my fast doesn't break until the day after tomorrow. Got it. Sarzan put down the duster, then wiped his hands with a cloth at the counter before grabbing a beer mug and making his way towards the cellar. I hung my coat on the hat stand and sat beside the fireplace to warm myself up. Also, this game has an awesome, song If you like look it up on the Steam page, it'll just have like a song that slays. It's also Chinese, which just makes it better, I think. Just improves it. I love like Chinese novels. I love Chinese novels, so I think it's just gonna be good. Straight up. What a coincidence to meet you here. What about buying me a drink to celebrate this moment? Who are you? Who are you? Anzox must have heard me come in and rose up from the corner to approach me, bringing his lute with him. He's a bard, but one without a patron to support his artistic career. He's also something of a detective fanatic, though I doubt if he has the necessary talents to actually be one. What about Christmas night? What is that? I don't. Wait, that's tomorrow. Tomorrow is Christmas. Nowadays, he travels between taverns to sing for his supper, all while hoping to find some rich noble patron who will appreciate his talent and shower him with wealth. Oh, I don't know what that is. I'll search. Christmas night. Christmas night. The game. It looks scary. Okay, maybe I changed my mind. I don't want to play a scary game. I don't want to play a scary game. Oh, what a coincidence. Oh, oopsies. We're back. I'm flattered that Roman, the great detective, still remembers me. I'd never forget a guy who can distract me every time when possible. Not on purpose, but still impressive. Of course I do. You left such an impression on me last time when I was trying to solve that case and you... I'm really sorry about that, please don't. He's embarrassed. I have played the quarry, I think. No, maybe I played the forest. No, I played the forest, not the quarry. I'm really sorry about that, please no. Enox fled, clutching his loot. Great, saved a pint for myself. It's almost dinner time, but there's no other customers here. Is it because of the heavy snow? I'm starting to feel thirsty after staying by the fireplace for too long. What's keeping Sarzan from picking up the booze? As I looked around, I spotted a guy covered in a priestly robe and veil, wearing a silver cross and curled up at a corner table. A cat. I can't make out his face in the candlelight. His mug of cider is still full and untouched. Who in the hell would... Is that a disguise? Hasn't he heard the saying about tigers changing their stripes? Sarzan came out from behind the counter and handed me a mug of cider along with a note. That's elegant. If you find out anything regarding her, keep it to yourself. Her? A woman! Woman spotted! Whatever, I've seen Stranger Things. I shoved the note up my sleeve, drank a gulp of cider, and purposely let out a loud belch. I can do that too, brother! I relaxed in my usual chair, enjoying myself in the quiet and familiar atmosphere of the White Star Tavern. Looks like we're the only people here tonight. The logs in the fireplace were making tiny crackling sounds. Sarzan sat behind the counter, reading the cookbook his father left him. Anzox was playing his lute. Elegant had gone upstairs a while ago. Maybe I'll live here after I retire if I have the money. Assuming the White Star keeps its comforting atmosphere till then. Come to think of it, what should I do to kill the time before dinner is served? I brought a book called A Brief History of Apollyon with me to do some reading during my vacation. Although I don't really think this little book can tell me anything about my homeland I don't already know. I could also check out the White Star's special Christmas menu. I can't have any meat for another 2 days, but a glimpse of a good menu and a little bit of imagination won't break the rules. Maybe I'll just take a nap. I could use a good nap after losing sleep for almost a month. What should I do before dinner? Let's look at the menu. Or maybe let's look at the menu. I might as well take a look at Sarzan's Christmas menu. I scanned through the thoroughly changed menu on the wall. A pale ale, cider, wine, wheat bread, apple pie, and lamb chops. Nice and festive. We could have stewed carrots. We could have beef. We could have mutton. We could have chicken. We could have T-bone steak, rib eye steak, lambed chops, duck breast. Wait, I have questions about this game already. If we are furry creatures, and where did the meat come from? Are there, like, if we're furry creatures, are there less intelligent furry creatures and those are animals and we eat them? But what about, like, there's like a cat person, there's a dragon, we're a wolf. You don't want to freaking know. I want to freaking know so bad is the problem. I want to know so freaking bad. Or do we just like, is this a society of cannibals? Like Lamento. From inside the kitchen came the warm scent of rich stews and spices, satisfying in the way that only home-cooked dishes can be. It's like the sushi. Wait, I don't remember the sushi shop in Shark Tale. From inside the kitchen came the warm scent of rich stews and spices, satisfying in the way that only home-cooked dishes can be. Sarzan came out of the kitchen and brought me a plate of smoked herring and pale ale. Oh, thanks. That's almost meat, huh? Pity I can't serve you clams in this cold weather. At least it's better than... Okay, so we're not counting fish as meat. It's like, he's fasting, but he's a pescatarian faster. Oh, okay. At least it's better than carrots. Fortunately, we still have some smoked herring. I'd have to serve you carrot stew otherwise. Bon appetit. Bon appetit. He returned to the kitchen, then brought Anzox a bowl of lamb stew. I'm jealous. Elegant came downstairs, hesitated a moment, then took a seat at a corner table. She glanced at me, and I quickly looked elsewhere. Sharpening knife. Oh, okay, we're sharpening a knife. What's happening? What's happening? After dinner, I sank into a rocking chair near the fire and let myself relax. Is this game really loud for everybody, or is it just loud for me? I'm gonna turn it down a little bit. I turned it down a little bit. Maybe I turned it down a lot. I'm not sure. I don't know. I can't tell. The logs in the fire, heavy with pine resin, crackled and popped as the chair slowly swung back and forth with a creaking noise. Not a whole lot of customers this month. Sarzan brought a chair and sat down next to me, gazing into the fireplace. Don't worry so much. Just give it a couple of days and you'll have as many customers as you had in the years before. I get the feeling that this year might be a little different. Can't really tell why, though. Perhaps the howling winds outside are keeping the customers away? Anzox heard our conversation and came to join us with his lute. As if something as minor as high winds could stop folk from having cravings for Sarzan's famous home cooking. Flatter me all you like, you're still not getting a discount. I was being sincere. Though I wouldn't mind a discount. The White Star has a variety of activities to entertain overnight guests and those who stick around after dinner. There's a darts competition. Oh, oopsies. Saturday evening, if all the players are friendly and there's no authorities around, Sarzan would cover some tables with blue flannel and take bets. I doubt anybody like that would be out in this weather. I elbowed Sarzan quietly and gave him a wink. Not tonight. He glanced towards Elegant before whispering to me with one hand hiding his mouth. After all, we don't know her that well. Let's hold off on the gambling for the time being. Do dragons shower? I'd assume they shower. I think they might, like, get dragon stinky. Like, wait. Do you have to wash a lizard? Oh, they roll over in the dirt. It's like chinchillas have like dust baths. Dragons, when they go in the shower, they turn on the dust button. The dirt button. Maybe in the furry universe, the shower has like 3 knobs. One is water, one is dust, and one is dirt. I love chinchillas. I wish I had a chinchilla, but the more I learned about taking care of a chinchilla, I was like, this is a lot of work. You used to have one. Oh, I'm jealous. You miss her? Was she a lot of work? Instead of chinchillas, I had pet rat. I had a pet rat. Rats are good pets. Rats are very good pets. Well, if you think of something else, let me know. I'll see if I can keep myself occupied. What do you want to do tonight? Let's listen to Anzox's music. You just had to be careful about having enough wooden things for it to gnaw on. Oh. Wait, what happens if you don't? I don't know this about chinchillas. I just thought they needed to be like super temperature controlled. And you had to give them dust baths. And they had to have like all their teeth overgrow and stuff. No, the chinchillas. It was like, wow, I don't know if I could have temperature control for the chinchilla. I was like, I'll get a rat instead. Make a big rat castle for my beautiful princess. Rats, they thrive. Happens to rabbits as well. I knew that about rabbits. I didn't know that about chinchillas. They can't get wet or else they'll get moldy. Yeah. That's why they get dust bath. Chinchillas are... I love them. I love chinchillas. Wait, I was like, oh, I can't do it. That's so much work. My distant older cousin had a chinchilla and I got to see it and I was like, oh. So what's new, Anzox? Sure. Gonna play me some music? Only 1 silver coin for that song. You have an irrational fear of rodents, so you're scared of holding rat-shaped creatures. They're just so sporadic, it freaks you out. It's okay. Their tails are a little weird. But I think they're pretty cute. They're like smart. They're smart. They're so smart. I do think this might be controversial. Their tails don't make any sense. Why are they like that? You used to have a squirrel? Oh my. Squirrel. How was having a pet squirrel? Was it like a rescue squirrel? I had a friend in middle school who had a squirrel because it like they rescued it from like the backyard. It was injured. But I think the best pet is a cat. I think a cat is the best pet. She was a baby and it could... No! Baby! Check DMs. I check DMs. The baby! Put this... Okay! Thank you! Steam. Activate a product. Thank you, AB! Thank you, AB! For the quarry. A scary game. A scary game. Here's Quimbus. It ain't really scary. It's scary. I love cats. One day I will have another cat. Only one silver coin for that song. You're here to eat ass and be crass, and you're all out of crass. Well, I have furry Christmas murder mystery for you. Even Sar Cesar Sarzan wouldn't have the guts to charge that much. Suddenly Sarzan, who had been quietly cleaning the dishes in the kitchen, poked his head out through the curtain and glared at me. No offense. I'm going to get kicked out if I go on. I know you work at. Yeah, you're familiar. By the way, I heard a riddle the other day in a pub from another town. Perhaps the great detective Roman would be interested? I think I'll pass. Maybe Elegant is a fan of logic puzzles? Enzox waved to Elegant from his seat like he knew her. Hi, Nia! Merry Christmas! Merry Christmas! Merry yaoimas. I'm not a fan of solving riddles, but listening is better than just sitting here. Elegant took a seat at the nearest chair with a mug in her hand. Okay, what's the riddle? Playing a puzzle game again, Roman? Sarzan emerged from the now clean kitchen and came to sit by the fire. Yes, you came just in time. I'm not really in the mood. Hear a story or go rest? Let's listen to stories. It's not like you've got anything better to do. You can just listen and let us solve the puzzle if you want. I'd better do it myself than leaving it to you guys. Let's start, Enzox. Enzox cleared his throat, then caressed his lute and said... Oh, that feels like too quiet. Here. One night in a small farming town... Famous for its barley, the only windmill in the town came to a stop. This was the first time it's happened. Okay, I don't know if that's too loud or too not loud. I don't know. I don't know how audio works. What's my fave present you've given someone for Crimba? Could be all time or just this year. I think my favorite thing I've ever gotten somebody for Crimba was a white elephant. It was a squatty potty. And then I was jealous that somebody else was gonna get the squatty potty, so I bought another one for myself. Because they're like $25. It was like the budget for the white the white elephant. So I was like, I could do it. And then I did it. Okay, one night in a small farming town famous for its barley, the only windmill in the town came to a stop. This was the first time it happened. Since the mill was so vital to their work, the villagers rushed out to check the mill. From afar, the villagers saw the windmill blades were no longer rotating. Is it for like... No, it's a stool that you put your feet on when you're pooping. So you're squatting while you go to the bathroom. They thought that the sudden wind and snow had broken the transmission shaft that ran the mill. The villagers came to the mill, the ground covered in thick snow over their ankles. The dark wooden mill towered over them in the white expanse, the blades turned into an ominous position, looking like an inverted cross. I assume this was a puzzle, not some barred tale you used to coax coins from drunkards. Elegant's tail swished as she impatiently drummed her fingers on the tabletop, while Sarzan sat and listened attentively. It's not as though you're paying me, so just sit and listen. Allow me to continue. As they drew closer, they found the windmill's maintenance gondola, was tied with a hemp rope to secure it. Click the clue button to clue. Safety rope. But then they saw it. The miller who ran the mill was suspended, upside down in the middle of the air. His eyes were wide open with fear, his face contorted as though he was screaming in terror. His paws were stiff and hanging down and level with the edge of the windmill blades. The snow from yesterday clung to his cold body. How ironic that the object used to ensure safety had become a lethal weapon. No one could imagine that. Lethal? Wait a minute, Anzox, did the safety rope really cause the death of the miller? Do you disagree, Roman? After all, the safety rope was tied to the miller's dead body. Yes, but why can't the safety rope be the murder weapon? Because he was tied around the ankle. Can't be deadly if it's tied to the ankle. Is it like that sport from overseas? What do they call it? Bungee jumping? Correct. A safety rope is typically tied to the ankle or waist. Considering the position of the body, it's only possible that the only possible way was tied to the ankle. That is indeed true, but there must be something that killed the miller. We can discuss that next. Go on then, Anzox. As I was saying, the miller had died in the windmill, where he had spent his nights and days. The local police immediately determined that the old miller was trying to repair the windmill while he was drunk. He had slipped, lost his footing, and fallen from the repair gondola. However, the cause of death was still unclear, though his head might have struck the windmill. The townsfolk invited one of the greatest detectives in the realm to investigate the scene. He was an old-fashioned detective and refused until he was paid no less than 13 rayar in all travel expenses. 13 rayar? That's 910 sayit. For just one case, the detective could eat fried lamb chops for every meal for a month if he hadn't vowed to fast until Christmas. Oh, is this about us? That's about me? I wish my cases paid that well. Oh, it's not about us. Do they not, though? I thought you were worth the price. Anzox started to laugh, but stopped when I glared at him. When the townsfolk came to his humble residence, he was seated behind his great desk, playing with a prism he had bought from the capital's Grand Bazaar. Just like Story of Seasons. Sunlight from the small window passed through the lens and scattered into a rainbow of color. After listening to the villager's account, the detective struggled to get up from his easy chair with a cane, then asked his only servant to call the carriage. Gase a furry. +2. I like that one. Wait, here. Good job, Kinbei. Good job, Kinbei. That was funny. This would be one of his few field investigations. One problem was that the description of the crime scene is not detailed enough to his liking. Another problem was that the case sounded so bizarre. Hi, Ritokyo-gul. Happy yaoimas. Hi. And the biggest problem was that the glib bard could not get to the point. Then why don't you tell the story? Happy yaoimas, PP. The sudden interruption made Anzox blush with anger. It's fine, the details make the story more vivid, even if they are irrelevant. Thank you for the subscription for Yaoi! The day after the body was discovered, the detective arrived at the town in the afternoon. He learned from the gossip in the tavern that on the night of the miller's death, 2 people had spent the night in the mill, but they both had alibis. Thank you, Necro! Happy yaoimas! Who were they? One was the miller's daughter, the other was the miller's apprentice. They had spent the night in the mill as usual. About those 2 people, I'd like to know about the miller's daughter. Elena, the miller's daughter, she's 16 years old and a gray wolf. She had no shortage of suitors in the town and even caught the eye of a few local nobles. And not just because of her father's wealth. She was also renowned for her beauty. She had been the dream girl for every bachelor in the town since she was Ew! Gross! Since she was 14 years old. Yucky. She had a good relationship with her father, or at least other outsiders thought so. Also want to know about the apprentice. The apprentice's name was Hans. He came to the mill from the next town 8 years ago, and at that time he was just 10 years old and all alone in the world. No parent could be so cruel if it weren't for money. Fortunately, the miller treated him well. The apprentice was also very clever. He always seemed to be able to succeed, no matter how complicated the miller's orders. Recently, there was a rumor that he had a close relationship with the miller's daughter. Let me think. Go on, please. I have to say, those two caught my interest. Please go on. What about the miller's reputation? The miller had lived his entire life in the town and had no enemies. He was well regarded by the townsfolk. His wife died of puerperal fever shortly after she gave birth to Elena, and he had lived as an old bachelor ever since. He had several drinking friends who he'd meet within the pub almost every night after supper, drinking and talking until the tavern closed. Sounds like some of the tavern's regulars. Some folks at the tavern provided the detective with additional information. The miller had been extremely generous recently, and one day he even bought everyone in the tavern a round of ale in celebration. That's all the information on those present. Having gotten his fill of gossip from the noisy drinkers in the tavern, the detective left the tavern and went walking towards the mill. Within 10 minutes, the detective arrived at the mill. It was a clear and windless morning. The snow at the gate of the mill hadn't been swept away by the overzealous villagers. The detective, relieved and cautious, checked the snow from the outside. The snow was unexpectedly clean. Apart from the footprints left by the villagers who found the corpse in the outer circle, and the footprints that went all the way to the front of the house, there was nothing except some messy traces in front of the last footprints. It seemed that there was no shortcut or alternate entrance. The detective put it on his hat and came to the mill door. He glanced down by accident before entering the door. There seems to be a circle imprint around the last footprints in front of the door, and the stone used to hold the door open had also been moved. Stepping inside, the detective met Elena, who was covering her face and crying, and Hans, who was comforting her. The body of the old miller was still hanging on the windmill, swinging like a pendulum in the wind. That's fucked up. Why'd they let the bodies... The daughter's there. She's gonna see the body. That's fucked up. Don't do that. Do you want to listen to their testimony first or go straight to the scene? Listen to the testimony. Perhaps you should investigate the scene first in case something gets destroyed later. Not to mention the witness does not seem to be emotional. Okay, fine. Maybe you should listen to her even though she is The glare coming through Elegant's veil should have set Anox on fire, so he shut his mouth tactfully. The detective first went up to the stairs to check the scene of the death. Enzox quickly sketched something on a piece of paper and handed it over. The mill is divided into 3 floors and is about as tall as 5 people. Between the maintenance gondola on the 3rd floor and the window on the 2nd floor is... Between the maintenance gondola on the 3rd floor and the window on the 2nd floor is the connecting shaft between the fan blade and the mill. The maintenance gondola is extremely narrow and long and about as wide as an adult's foot. There was a layer of snow on it, but no footprints. 2 ropes were tied at the railing of the basket. The left part was covered with snow like the other parts of the railing, and there was no snow on the right part. I'm dumb. I don't know what's happening. There were circular imprints around the last footprint in front of the door. The stone used to hold the gate for easy access had been moved. The mill is a 3-story, 8-meter tall building. Between the maintenance basket on the 3rd floor and the window on the 2nd floor, there is a shaft of the windmill blades, which is slightly higher than the doorway. The detective leaned against the railing and looked down. Under the wooden railing hung the cold body of the miller. The rope on the left has only a section of rope head, swaying in the wind, like a peddler who dared not go home without a sail. As he tried to lean out further, the railing creaked under the pressure. The snow fell from the inclined railing, falling and disintegrated into the air. The detective's biological instincts kicked in, his fur bristling involuntarily. He pulled back quickly and turned to check the situation at the entrance, putting his right hand inside his coat and grasping the dagger he kept to defend himself from villains. It was a gift from his first love. Every time he held the dagger, it reminded him of the temperature of her palm on that fateful day. Are we listening to a love story or something? Please, one elegant is enough. The detective turned around and found nothing behind him. He went downstairs quietly and found that the two of them were where they were, as if they had not moved. He went back to the second floor and looked up from the window. Above his head was the rotating shaft of the windmill blade, which gleamed black from grease from the daily rotation and maintenance. The shadow cast by the rotating axis hit the detective's face, which gave him a very uncomfortable feeling, as though he was some prehistoric hunter shuddering in terror at the sight of some giant beast. The gears of the windmill were exposed about 30 centimeters away from the upper eaves of the windows. The triangular teeth were distributed around the rotating shaft. The detective put his hand into his coat pocket and gently ran his thumb across the edge of the prism he carried. Something came to his mind. The detective looked out of the window again. The lowest gear groove seemed to be more worn than the others. He went back to the first floor, passing by the living room and straight into the kitchen. The oven seemed to have been used recently, and the kitchen filled with a mixture of the pungent smell of charcoal and the delicious grain smell of barley bread. He opened the oven and flicked the ashes with a stick. The shape of a piece of charcoal under the ashes reminded him of the prism in his pocket, like a wedge. Having gathered the necessary evidence, the detective returned to the living room to question the witnesses. Noticing the detective's approach, Elena sat upright with Hans's support, her eyes drooping. She was dressed in a light blue nightdress. Her eyes were red and swollen. Her facial fur was combed, and it was easy to see the state of disorder despite her attempts to cover it. Enzox coughed a few times, and when he spoke again, it was in a higher, feminine voice.
Welcome, Mr. Detective. I assume this visit is related to my father's death.
I'm not going to do that. It'd be nice if you could talk this way more often. It's really hard to speak like
It's really hard to speak like this.
Come on, show us your dedication to your craft. It took the detective about 10 minutes to persuade the apprentice to go upstairs with his servant, lest one of their testimonies influence the other. After formally introducing himself and some brief preparation, the detective asked her to tell the story of that night. Testimony. The testimony of Elena. Yesterday, after dinner, my father went to the tavern as usual. I finished my housework after about 8 o'clock. It was about 2 hours before my father came back. Nothing seemed strange. I then went up to Hans's room to chat with him. 2 hours passed by, and we didn't realize that my father had yet to return as normal. It wasn't until around 11 o'clock that we realized how late it really was. I hurried downstairs thinking my father was quietly sitting in the living room, ready to scold me. But he wasn't there. The door was closed and no one was in the living room. I had a feeling that something terrible must have happened. It was like a snake had slithered under the door and crawled up my spine to whisper in my ear. I don't know if it was because of the wood or the old hinges, but the door on that day was more difficult to open than usual. Oh, my model broke. Ah, hello. Ah, I'm shaking myself. Ah, hello. Maybe I'm back. I'm back. I am back. Okay. I pushed the door open and the wind blew. Really bad. Blew the snow into the house. I propped the door open and made my way outside. When I got under the windmill, I had a strange thought, like an itch on my back that couldn't be scratched, and I couldn't help but look up. Hanging above my head was a purple face that was swollen and swaying in the wind. His eyes were as prominent as goldfishes. Saliva had flowed down his open, screaming mouth and frozen into ice on his snout and fur. I was frightened, so I rushed back into the house and closed the door. I couldn't sleep afterwards. Every time I closed my eyes, I could still see that face. I can't believe that was my father. Wait. Okay, weird. She saw him, but then she didn't run for help. She just went to bed? That's weird. That's a little suspicious. As she finished her description of the horrible situation, Elena collapsed on the sofa with her hands covering in her face. At this time, the detective smelled something fishy in her testimony. You and me both, detective. I think we're on the same page here. After thorough thought of her testimony, the detective found the irreconcilable contradiction between the testimony and the evidence. Which evidence contradicts Elena's testimony? I'm not sure. Am I dumb? Wait. Which evidence contradicts Elena's testimony? Let me go back. The stone was moved in front of the door. The stone was moved. The door should have been easy to open. Take a look. It's a breakthrough of the case, I think. Why a breakthrough? Because, I know. No, it's cut it out and get to the point. Wait, wait, huh? I thought I was right. The stone was moved, so it should have been hard to get it out of the house. It should have been really easy. The corpse position, maybe? Oh, purple face swollen and swinging in the wind. Body has no wounds. Like what? Oh my god, I'm so bad at games like this. I'm like stupid. Um. Hmm. Corpse position. It's the position of the body. She couldn't have seen the head if the body is upside down. Oh. What? It's contradictory. Why? Well, oh. Uh, um, maybe I'm just gonna click everyone. Let me see. Uh, do 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 do. Um, I'm not sure. I'm not sure. Am I stupid? It's too fishy. But um, I guess we'll start from the top. Corpse position. Nope. Um, first deduction. Love. Um. Oh, the miller's daughter was in love with the miller's apprentice. Footprints. Footprints. Oh, give some more. Oh, give me some details. The paradox is Elena will destroy the foot. No other footprints on the scene. It was said that earlier that only one series of footprints on the site reached the gates of the mill. Since Elena had gone out, she would have certainly left her footprints as well. Although I don't know how she did it, she must have concealed something. As for the reason, we can only go on with the inquiry. After all, contradictions can't just be based on conjecture. The detective tidied his sleeve and carefully pointed out the errors in Elena's testimony. As I recall, Miss Elena, you just said you went out to check outside. Yes. Then why is there only one set of footprints from the outside of the house to the gate of the mill? Well, I must be so scared that my memory is confused. Let me start over. Oh, it's testimony 2. Corrected. Yesterday after dinner, my father went to the tavern as usual. I went upstairs for hands to chat. 2 hours passed by and there was no sign for my father's return. I went downstairs around 11 and found that he had not come back. I opened the door to my father's and my father's distorted head appeared as the body swung outside. I was so scared that I ran back to the house and closed the door. The scene was so frightening that my memory was confused. That night, every time I closed my eyes, that horrible face would pop up. I couldn't sleep at all. As long as a lie is told, more lies are bound to be used to cover it up. It's a pity that even the most talented folk can make up every lie perfectly, let alone under such pressure. Miss Elena, there's really no need to hide anything from me. Even the detective saw through the lies she made up this time. Which evidence contradicts Elena's testimony? It's like still the footprints. Right? I opened the door and found my... Oh, okay, this one is the stone. No. Circular imprints? I think the circular imprint is suspicious. Okay. Footprints. It's not footprints. The the mill. Okay, it's not that one. The hanging basket? I'm suffering. The stone? It's It's not the stone. Is it the hanging basket? It's not the hanging basket. Is it the gear? It's not the gear. Is it coal? It's not coal. Um. Uh. The corpse position? No. Oh, wait. How could Elena see his head in the door if the miller's paws were even with the windmill's blade? Elena saw that what she should not have seen only because she was actually out there and cleaned up her footprints when she came back. Not to mention, cleaning up her footprints is suspicious. Why would you need to clean your footprints if you're just a witness? Perhaps she panicked and did something that would implicate herself accidentally? Or the whole scene she described was just some sort of delusion? That could be true. Fortunately, it's only a puzzle. If this were a real case, it could never be solved. I'm just confused. How long will it take for you to figure it out? If you cannot get your ideas into shape, then you should probably stay quiet. As you said, you saw the face of the deceased in the door. This is definitely impossible for you with the current position of the body. Corpses don't simply move after death, do they? How could... I don't even know. Elena screamed hysterically and ran out of the living room. It seemed like he couldn't get near her for a while. So the detective went upstairs to visit the other witness, Hans. The detective saw Hans upstairs. He was wearing a soft hat, a burlap jacket, and brown linen trousers. The dark gray eyes under the brim made the detective uncomfortable for some reason. That kind of look reminded him of a colleague he met in another case several years before, a wolf with beautiful blue eyes that had an unruly and wild gaze. Don't push it, you... Calm down, man. As I started to get up, I was pressed back to my seat by Cesarne's thick claws. He is still so sensitive about conflict between customers. 5 years ago, someone made the mistake of starting a fight in his tavern. He grabbed the guy with only one paw and threw him across the street. Somehow this attracted more customers. I still don't know what they're thinking. Are they all masochists? And the detective noticed that the hair on his paws seemed to be darker than elsewhere. The detective's face remained unchanged. He lowered his hat to cover his spying eyes. Mr. Hans, I hope you don't mind. I'm just doing my job. The detective sat in the wooden chair opposite of Hans and handed his cane to the servant beside him. I would like to hear about what happened last night. So straightforward, Mr. Detective. Well, I sure will try my best. The testimony of Hans. Yesterday after dinner, like every ordinary night, the miller went to the pub to pass the time. Elena and I stayed in the mill to watch the house. We stayed in the room until 11 o'clock, then found out that the miller didn't come back at his usual time. Elena went downstairs to check while I hurried back to my room. It wasn't long before I heard Elena screaming downstairs and the sound of the door being slammed. I went downstairs and saw Elena, pale and slumped down on the ground. I took her back to the room. She told me off and on about what she saw outside the door. I stayed at her bedside all night to keep her company. Okay, just one question. The bang. Wait. There's a lot of things that are suspicious. The alibi. So what's the proof of their alibi? Can't they prove each other's alibi? What if they collude? It doesn't count if two people prove each other's absence. Is that so? Is there anything suspicious? The room. Their testimony is contradictory about the room. Obviously, the wording seems to be a little subtle. What about it? Different testimony. Elena said that she went to Hans's room to chat with him, but Hans's testimony just now seems to mention went back to my room. It's like one of them forgot their prepared testimony in haste? Mr. Hans, I have a small question. It has nothing to do with the case, and more with me being a jealous old soul faced with two young lovers. In which room do you usually date in? Well, in Elena's room. If that were the case, then Elena's testimony contradicts yours. She told me that you two were in your room as usual. Oh, really? She may just be confused by the shock. Or was she so frightened that she forgot the alibi you agreed on in advance? What are you talking about? I don't even know. Hans kept fiddling with his hands, and the fine beads of sweat moistened the short hairs on his forehead. His gray eyes avoided the detective's gaze. Oh, please excuse me, Mr. Hans. It's just my speculation after all. Okay, but I wouldn't choose a partner who gets nervous so easily if I were you. Oh, your hands shake when you're nervous. Can you even grasp the rope with those? The detective could read Hans's tense behavior like a book, and now he needed only a little physical evidence to prove his conjecture. The detective went out to the snowfield where the body had been lowered from the windmill by the servant. The miller's body was spread out in the snow so that anybody could see it. As the detective inspected the now neatly arranged corpse, he couldn't help but grimace. After reprimanding the servant who had carelessly moved the body, he went to investigate it.
Search start.
Scene investigations. Please click the place you want to investigate on the picture to collect evidence. Here. He put on his gloves, pulled aside the miller's coat, and revealed his thick fur. You could feel the liquefying fat under the miller's skin. The miller looked quite plump thanks to his wealthy life. Is this even related to the case? Don't add so many pointless details to the case. Who knows, perhaps it may be relevant somehow. The detective looked at his curled up fingers and found gray fur inside his nails, which matched his own fur color. Under the miller's fur on his chest, there were scratches. The miller's ankle was tied with a safety rope, cheap but reliable. The knot was a hangman's noose. And now he plans to sell us rope. I'm not a merchant. The detective looked closely at his face. He was scared by the dead miller's twisted face, even though it wasn't his first time seeing a body. The miller's wide open eyes were growing cloudy and lifeless. His wrinkles were getting clearer due to his stiff facial muscles. His mouth stayed shut, but silent fear still escaped from it. He had been greatly frightened. The miller's fur remained fluffy, with no signs of strangle marks. He got up and finished the search. Now he knew what had happened. And now let's put the pieces back together. Wait, there's still a lot of questions to be solved. Didn't you take notes for the evidence? Take a good look. It seems like the main problems with this case lie in the cause of the miller's death, the weapon that killed him, whether he was murdered, and the killer's motive. The process of how the case happened is also noteworthy. If it's impossible to confirm the sequence of events, we should focus on the factors that change with time, such as weather. Quick Q&A. Please click the mobile icon to answer questions. What? Weapon. What's your opinion on the murder weapon? What's the murder weapon? It might be shock. Maybe it was an invisible weapon. Interesting. How about murdering him with the shock which was caused by the sudden drop? Not everyone would be so easily scared as you are, but anyone would be shocked if they were hung without any preparation, let alone a drunk, overweight miller. Indeed, I suppose a sudden death could be possible because of those external factors. Seems like this time the detail wasn't just to add dramatic flair. Of course, every detail is necessary. So why did you take nearly half an hour to describe the suspect's method? Modus operandi. What's the process of crime? Deductive reasoning. Arrange the occurrences chronologically from top to bottom by dragging chips to each position. Okay. Oh gosh. Oh my god, am I dumb? Am I stupid? Am I stupid? The rope hitched to the miller's ankle. The rope left a circular mark on the ground. The rope hitched to the miller's ankle. Oh. The suspect dropped the rope from the maintenance basket. The rope left a circular mark on the ground. The rope hitched to the miller's ankle. The suspect ran away after committing the crime? The suspect dropped the rope from the maintenance basket. The rope left a circular mark on the ground. The rope hitched to the miller's ankle. The suspect lifted the miller into the air. I don't think that's true. Okay, that's not correct. This is an interesting way to do this. Okay, how do I do this? Okay. The rope left a circular mark on the ground should be like the second thing? Suspect dropped the rope from the maintenance basket. The rope left a circular mark on the ground. Like that? 4 chips in their positions. Oh, okay, so we exclude that things didn't happen. Okay, we're excluding things that didn't happen. So that didn't happen. Wait, I'm not sure how to do this. Exclude them. Rope left a circular mark on the ground. Oh my gosh, am I dumb? Okay. The suspect dropped the rope from the maintenance basket. The rope left a circular mark on the ground. The rope hitched to the miller's ankle. The suspect lifted the miller into the air. Then the suspect ran away. 4 chips in their... For example, okay, wait, what does it say? Okay. You may sort the related events first. For example, you need to enter a pub before you order a cup of cider, in which case, enter a pub and order a cup of cider is the logical order of events. Divide events into groups, sort the events out in each group, and then sort out the groups. Okay. Are the gay fairies gambling? If so, you support. This is the way that you put the order of events in order. Okay, so 4. The suspect dropped the rope from the maintenance basket. The rope left a circular mark on the ground. That's true. And then 6. The rope hitched to the miller's ankle. I'm not. These are like things that didn't happen. So is this one. The rope hitched to the miller's ankle is a true thing that happened. And then the suspect probably ran away after committing the crime. So the first thing is the suspect dropped the rope from the maintenance basket, which left a circular mark in the ground. And then the suspect lifted the miller into the air. The rope hitched the miller's ankle. The suspect ran away after committing the crime. 2 chips in... Okay, so I like fucked it up. This is... That didn't happen. Okay, so the suspect dropped the rope from the maintenance basket. The rope left a circular mark on the ground. The rope hitched to the miller's ankle. The suspect burnt down the wooden wedge? Okay. That didn't happen. Rope. Mark. Ankle. Rope. Dropped. Left a mark. Ankle. Something else happened. Hi, control_o. Hi. Suspect ran. I don't understand. The suspect dropped the rope, which left a mark on the ground. Then the rope hitched to the ankle, which lifted the miller into the air. Yeah, that's okay. Then you didn't run away. Drop the rope. It left a mark. It hitched to the miller's ankle, which lifted him into the air. And then the suspect burnt down the wooden wedge. It seems right. Where did the wooden wedge come from? Seems right. Luck may have been a component, but it's not impossible. Motive? I'm confused. Let's talk about the motive then. First of all, we have already established that the miller got along well with villagers. So what could the motive for the murder be? Daughter's relationship. The miller wouldn't allow the relationship between his daughter and the apprentice. You mean someone murdered him so the pair could be together? It's unnecessary to kill him just because of a disagreement, though. So that means something recently happened to provoke the culprit into killing the miller quickly. Then the identity of the criminal is obvious. Even so, there's no need to kill him. Who is the culprit? I think it's obvious now. The criminal is probably both of Elena and Hans. It was both of them. Yep, they share the common benefit, and the operation of the trap needs cooperation. Then the whole picture of this case is crystal clear. How come you're so excited since you aren't the one who solves the puzzle? I'm just excited to see you work, okay? So the whole story of the case is... The miller was a nice guy, but he was particularly picky about his daughter's relationships, especially her relationship with his apprentice. But even he couldn't stop their love from blossoming. The two young people seized every moment they got to be together. And this situation had been going on for a while. As eager as they were to be open with their relationship, they couldn't bear the Millers' denial of their love any longer. All of a sudden, the Miller made an important decision. That is, the Miller betrothed his daughter. The Miller had picked out a satisfactory candidate among his daughter's suitors and announced his decision to her. The Miller thought he had arranged a good marriage. Naturally, his special generosity made his acquaintances at the tavern extremely enthusiastic, which is why they decided to kill the Miller that night. The lovers were supposed to escape that night after they finished the deed, but the heavy snow and another accident forced them to change their plan. After the Miller went out, Hans tied a noose with a safety rope and lowered it down from the third floor maintenance gondola. By the way, the noose is the method used to hang murderers. Their original plan might have been for Elena to meet the Miller on the first floor, with the knot hanging from the windmill around his neck. Then Elena sent a signal to Hans and let him pull up the rope to hang the Miller. But even the calmest people may make a costly mistake when they kill for the first time. About 10 o'clock, Hans, whose hands shook when he got nervous, lost his grip on the rope and dropped the knot in the snow, leaving a circular imprint. Elena, who had just opened the door and was ready to greet her father, saw the noose fall to the ground. She probably wanted to warn Hans to take it back, but the Miller was already close by then. It would attract the Miller's attention if the rope was pulled back up. The murder attempt should have failed by that point, but by the sheer coincidence, the Miller took a wrong step that changed the whole thing. The Miller stepped into the ring. He stepped into the noose by accident. At that time, Hans had just grasped the rope outside the maintenance gondola. When the Miller's paw moved forward in the snow, the rope was pulled. Hans felt the pull and instinctively pulled up the rope according to the original plan, pulling the Miller up by his ankle. The Miller fell on the snow before he was pulled into the air, leaving the messy marks in front of his footprints as he struggled. Hans hung the Miller in the air, dared not let go of the rope, and let him struggle in the air. After a while of struggling and cruising, the face of the Miller changed from red to purple. And as more and more blood rushed to his head, his movements became weaker and weaker until they stopped. Elena and Hans wanted to escape after this comedy of success, but finally decided to disguise the scene as if the Miller had accidentally died and planned their testimonies. After all, as long as they could get rid of the suspicion of murder, they could inherit the mill. The reward for taking such a risk was extremely good. Hans tied the safety rope to the maintenance gondola, pretending that the Miller had tied the rope himself. However, it had snowed by that time. The rope tied to the fence pushed the snow off, therefore there was no snow on the right side. He also stuck a wooden wedge in the windmill gear and made the windmill stop spinning. As the distant villagers saw the windmill stopped, they would naturally think that the Miller accidentally fell and died while repairing the windmill. The morning the detective arrived was sunny and windless. The windmill wouldn't spin even without the wooden wedge stuck in. This was his chance to throw the wedge into the bread stove and destroy the evidence. And all he needed to do was just go back to the room and wait until dawn. If you don't look closely at the scene, you would think that the Miller died by accident. Though it looks intriguing at first, it's actually a novice puzzle with many loopholes. Next time I'll give the legendary Detective Roman a much more difficult puzzle. After the long investigation, the detective told everyone his inferences in the tavern and left the final decision to the villagers. The snow stopped. The detective opened the door of the snow-covered tavern. Thick snow still covered the paved road, and the detective set foot on the road home. It's late. It looks like there won't be any more customers tonight, so I'm going to close up for the night. If you need anything, please come to the third floor to find me. Sarn gave me and Elegant the room keys, closed the tavern, and went upstairs. Then perhaps it's time for me to go upstairs. I dare not risk being locked out by Zarn if it's too late. There are 3 beds in the attic. Zarn usually has 2 beds for himself, so he can have enough space to stretch his limbs. The third bed is usually rented at a low price to acquaintances who need accommodation on a tight budget, such as Anzocs. Elegant and I sat at the same round table, staring at each other silently. Is there anything else to do tonight? Go back to your room. I was just planning to relax, but I didn't expect to spend the whole evening solving a mystery. I may have a headache now. I want to go back to my room and rest. I finished the rest of my beer. Oh, great detective, you really can drink a lot. It's not like I'm downing liquor. It doesn't matter if I have a cup or two. I pointed to the cider that she'd only had a sip from in front of her. So are your usual methods just like that drunken style? I'm on vacation. I'm allowed to be off my game. Angry, I leaned in close and said in a low voice, "What's more, your nun costume looks out of place in a tavern, and you didn't even touch your cider. If you plan to stay here, I'm afraid you'll probably scare away the target of your investigation." I see, an amateur mistake on my part. She's a detective. Elegant hesitated for a while, then turned to look at me. Thank you for reminding me. Ah, you're welcome. So it turned out you really are investigating something here. I guess I'm right. You're not entirely wrong, but now it is too late to change my clothes. I have to think about how to play this afterward. Elegant, who had been confident until now, seemed to become nervous as she gazed at the reflection in her mug. When you have a moment, I'd like to find some time to hear what you're actually doing here. It's late. I'm going to bed. Good night. I said goodbye to Elegant and went upstairs to my room. My room was the first one on the right. Unsurprisingly, Zarn had already cleaned the guest rooms impeccably. Maybe I was too drunk. I kicked off my boots and flopped onto the bed, almost dreaming when I touched the pillow. Ooh, it's the night before Christmas. Just like real life.
It's just like in real life. It's the night before Christmas.
In my dreams, I could hear a voice coming from downstairs. The sound reverberated through the empty hall as if I were lying in the cradle when I was a child, hearing my mother hum an unknown lullaby. But the tune of music had a kind of disharmony that was distinctly sinister, sort of like when you open your eyes only to find your cradle dangling off the edge of a cliff. The strange midnight music was unsettling, like something dark and ominous was about to spring out of the shadows to grab me. Do you want to go downstairs and have a look? Let's go downstairs. Let's go downstairs and have a look. It's a little creepy, but it's not good to just ignore it. I can't sleep anyway. I climbed out of bed and took my dagger out of the inner pocket of my coat. Moving carefully with a dagger behind my back, I slowly cracked the door open. When I pushed the door hinge let out a loud squeak. I hadn't noticed the noise before I went to sleep, but given how quiet it was at that moment, any sound would have seemed to be magnified 1,000,000 times. The music downstairs stopped. I locked the door and sat in bed until it stopped. I didn't hear any other noises that night. What happened? What was that? December 24th, 1285. For the rest of the night, I slept comfortably and dreamlessly. The first day of my holiday. Looks like I get to spend my Christmas holiday with a half-mad bard and a mysterious adventurer in a tavern in the middle of nowhere, and eat nothing but vegetarian dishes all day long. Truly, such extravagance would make even the Pope himself jealous. There was a thick layer of snow on the windowsill, but it was sunny outside. I held the handrail of the stairs and went down slowly. I could hear the sound of wooden cups knocking on tables from the hall, and the smell of barley spread through the fire-warmed air. Sure enough, more guests came as soon as it was sunny.
Look at the shark. There's a shark here.
Finally up, eh? God, it must be nice to have a cushy smart guy job where you don't have to wake up before dawn. Oh, come on, I only get to sleep late during the holidays. I scratched my disheveled hair a few times. Giannis, why are you here so early? The dock's completely frozen. It's either be bored at home or come drinking at the tavern. He reached out and clasped hands with me, squeezing tight. What the hell? I still need that hand, you know. Maybe you could exercise more. How are you gonna catch criminals if you can't even take a handshake? Giannis clapped me on the shoulder as he spoke. Easy. I'm just messing with you. So, are you gonna stay here during the Christmas holiday? I figured someone like you would go on a trip or something. Well, I can't travel with these injuries. I think you broke something important. Heh, maybe I should put you out of your misery then. No thanks. If you pat me to death, you'll just ruin Zarn's business. Giannis grinned and raised a hand just as Zarn poked his head out of the kitchen. Remember, Giannis, if you keep messing around, I'll throw you out. Not everyone here is as big, buff, and tough as you, sailor. For example, Peter.
Oh my god, it's a rabbit!
Hey, don't look down on me. Peter slapped his hands on the table and stood up. But it's true. I mean, I've never seen Giannis lay a finger on you. Hi, Lone Hobo. Hi, Merry Quimbim. Merry Quimbim. That's because he knows he can't mess with me. Really want to take me on, Fluffy? No, I don't want to end up losing control and breaking you in half. Psh, either do it or shut up. Well, it's not like my body's weaker than yours. Alright, there are some things that don't have to be forced. Why must different races be so different? At least everyone is the same in a legal sense. Shout out, hashtag we all have rights. What's the use? I don't need to deal with criminals every day like you. The law is unequal and it is my business. Besides, what else is the same in a legal sense? What else is the same in a legal sense? Booze, money, and room charges. Booze, money, and room charges. Those aren't even legally mandated. That's just you being an opportunist. Speaking of opportunists, hey Kane, did you find another job yet? Well, a few days ago, the cook at this small restaurant nearby quit because of the low salary. I figured I'd go and try my luck. I mean, it's a long shot given how many times I've been canned in the past. Maybe try to get a hold of your temper. No one will dare hire you if you have another attack. If you could control your temper, perhaps Zarn could hire you as a kitchen assistant in the busy season. Look, if keeping my temper was as easy as you said, then I wouldn't have gotten kicked out of so many. It's okay. Nobody in this world is perfect. I'd better comfort him a bit or he'll just end up blowing up later. I just want everything to go smoothly this time. Kane started to drink alone. It seems that everyone hasn't changed much. It's the same as last year when I couldn't get a case and spent a lot of time in taverns. Ah, the good old days. Sure, being broke and staring at an empty wallet hurt, but in the company of my friends, life didn't seem to be so sad. You're not over how shaky the bison's eyes were? He's about to blow up and act like you don't know anybody. What should I do now? Let's talk. Maybe I should get a cup of ale to soothe my throat before I start talking too much. Nap. Let's... Toilet. Let's go to toilet. I'll go to the restroom and comb my hair. I wet my hands, posed for a better angle, and combed my hair carefully in the mirror.
We're a wolf.
Falling gray hairs fluttered down like snow from my scalp, eventually landing in the wash basin. Shedding season had already passed, obviously. Even those failing hairs had regrown in the winter. Maybe I should take care of myself better the next time I get busy. The last thing I need to do is look terrible in front of clients. Okay, let's go to the kitchen. I raised the board that separated the counter and the hall and squeezed through the narrow passage. Sometimes I wonder how Zarn can cram himself into such a small space. I poked my head through the curtain. Zarn was washing the dishes but stopped and turned to me. Talk. What's the matter, Roman? Ask about Elegant's room. Elegant is still staying here, right? I wonder which room is hers. The third room on the right. Thanks. Get a cup of ale. I'm a bit thirsty after chatting all morning. Mind if I help myself to some ale? Okay, just remember to turn off the tap. I took out a mug from under the counter and slipped into the cellar. After filling my mug, I took a sip and considered my next course of action. Ah, ale, the lubricant of both minds and tongues. I raised the board that separated the counter and hall and squeezed through the narrow passage. Zarn was cleaning the dishes. Nothing. Let's go back to the hall. Let's continue to chat in the lobby. Who are you talking to? Let's talk to Anzox. I sat by Anzox and held my cup. What's the matter? Any new songs? Only one from last night. Even a genius like me can't write more than one song per day. You're right. What do you think about Elegant? Well, she doesn't seem fond of idle chit-chat. And since when do nuns show up in taverns? Maybe she's looking for wayward souls to shame or something. Could it be Anzox might know why Elegant? Maybe Zarn asked her to come over to sing Christmas carols? Never mind. You're welcome to take a seat and have a drink with me. Who are you talking to? Let's talk to Peter. I sat across from Peter at his table. Peter looked up at me. He's so scared looking. Roman, do you think there is such thing as true fairness? Still struggling with the same problem, eh? Compared to a lot of places in the world, Apollyon is pretty fair. Where else could you see so many different species being friendly in the same tavern? This place is the exception, not the rule. There are dozens of restaurants and taverns in the capital which only serve meat-eating mammals. Although it's forbidden by law, they always have ways to avoid it. They just tell the inspectors that, wonder of wonders, there were no herbivore customers that day, or the day's special just happens to be grilled veal. You know, most of the inspectors are carnivores too, so even if the reasons are just half bald-faced lies, they can still get away with it. There are just so many injustices in life. Why do we pretend not to see them? Apollyon is still young and things take time to change. Not everyone has the time to wait. Who are you talking to? Ionis. I took my mug and sat opposite of Ionis. Before you start, I'll pass on the shoulder smack. Ionis, half standing, took his hand back and slowly and scratched his hand embarrassingly. Sorry, old habits and such. Just a friendly greeting is all. That's one way to put it, I guess. Looking to chat or something? Life by the sea. I'm a little bit curious about how life by the sea is like. Life by the sea, that's nothing special. You know how most folks like you visit the sea on holiday? It's kind of the opposite for us. It's nice to get someplace far away from the brine and constant motion. Us sea folk are so used to the terrifying waves of the sea, it's kind of relaxing to enjoy the inland life for a while. After all, it's not like the earth will rise up out of the blue and swallow your house and everyone in it. That's not impossible. Haven't you heard of earthquakes? The sea's like that all the time, and earthquakes only happen ever so often. Aren't you a big tough sailor? Why do you fear the waves so much? The expression in Ionis's face froze suddenly. You don't understand. Looking to chat or something? Why not seaside taverns? Aren't you satisfied with the taverns near the docks? Why come all the way to the White Star instead? Have you been to those taverns over there? I came in and had a look when I was handling a case. Then you saw the fish hooks and fishing nets they like to hang on the back wall behind the counter. You're scared of fish hooks? You would be too if you were a shark. Looking to chat. Do they actually eat fish people? So the fish they eat is fish people, and the meat they eat is meat people? It seems like you didn't drink enough, so you ran out of talking material, eh? Let's talk to Kane. I took my mug and sat down opposite of Kane. It looked like Kane didn't notice me as he scooped up a spoonful of stew and watched it dribble back into the bowl. I can't blame Zarn. What? Stopping his hands, Kane looked up to me. Nothing, I just feel Zarn's cooking skill. I don't think it's not bad. Indeed, this vegetable stew is excellent by the standards of a carnivore. Other carnivores won't taste anything weird. I don't want to sound like a herbivore supremacist or anything, but I still think that it's better to leave cooking vegetable dishes to people like us. Whoa. I can almost hear the radishes in the stew screaming from the mistreatment. I'm gonna mention it. Our relationship isn't that bad, is it? Of course. Then if I ask you a sensitive question, you won't get angry at me? How could I be angry with you? What is it? Well, do you have some unique feelings when you cook steaks? You have no idea how many carnivores ask me that. I just asked a racist question! Ah! What do you think about wolves? The ones that walk on 4 legs? Okay. So there's 2 kinds of each animal. A person animal, and then the animal in this universe. There was a stuffed wolf head as a wall hanging in my old house, but other than that, I don't have much of an opinion. If you're fine with a stuffed wolf head, then I'm fine with cooking steaks. After all, it's not like the meat came from someone I knew. What? What's happening? What is this universe? What is this world we live in? Go uppies. Let's go to the corridor. There's no one in the corridor. Let's go to the attic. The attic was Zarn's room, though Annex was also living there temporarily. There weren't any stairs between the 3rd floor and the attic, only a ladder that went up and down. The ladder was usually pulled up into the attic, but you could use the rope connected to the top of the ladder by a pulley to bring it down. You're gonna lose it? We are jolly elves! We are jolly elves! Be merry and bright. Thanks and goodies. Wrap for snot. We are jolly elves. Kris Kringle's little men. Together, servants will make Christmas gifts. We are jolly elves. I like it. I like We Are Jolly Elves. Shout out We Are Jolly Elves. Shout out We Are Jolly Elves. Be jolly right now. The rope, which was set between the 2nd and 3rd room on the... I'm gonna pin this. I think everybody should watch that. We are jolly elves. The rope, which was set between the 2nd and 3rd room on the left, dangled loosely. The ladder would drop down if someone pulled on the rope in order to get upstairs. I really shouldn't enter Zarn's room without permission. Okay, fine. Okay, let's go talk to Elegant. We are jolly elves. Everyone get more jolly right now. I'm going to gift myself. I knocked on the door of the 3rd room on the right. Who is it? It's me, Roman. Is there something the matter? Talk. Purpose of are you there? Can't believe Christmas is tomorrow. Are you jolly? Holly jolly? Fa la 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 la. Fa la 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 la. It still feels like... It does not feel like it's December. Like, it does not feel like it's going to be a new year in less than a week. It's fucked up. That's fucked up. Are you there? No. Get to the point. Purpose of disguising. I just wanted to ask a quick question. Huh? Elegant opened the door and stood there, looking at me expectantly. Her hand didn't leave the doorknob. I wanted to know why you dress like that. I asked in a low voice. Do you ever wonder about the reason which I dress like this, or are you questioning the motive? Why not both? Elegant stepped away a bit, leaving enough room for me to squeeze through the door sideways. Not sure if I should try. Her body language and expression suggested she wasn't looking for company. Would you rather stand at my door and speak? You are aware of the recent arrivals downstairs, are you not? She moved back again further. I slipped into the room and she shut the door behind me. We are jolly elves. This shit is so fire. It's good. Wait, did you see the one? It's not Christmas themed. But did you see the... Let me see if I can find it. I don't think people get banned for this anymore. It's so good. She moved back again further. I slipped into the room and she shut the door behind me. They're regulars here, decent people. You don't need to be worried about them. They may be decent individuals in this place, but that does not mean they are so outside of it. You have already seen through my disguise, so I feel no need to hide. The same cannot be said of them. As of this moment, the only ones I trust are Zarn and you. Ah, I didn't realize I was included. It's an honor. I just do not consider you to be a threat. Oh, oopsies. There is no great reason why I am here. I got a big job in the last tavern. I don't suppose you'd be willing to share next time. Only if you accept a 90-10 split for the fee. Do I get the 90? Elegant cleared her throat and continued. Are you familiar with the Cathedral of St. Isaac? What's that? Can you poetry post? You can poetry post. Can it be about furries? It doesn't need to be about furries. What's that? A cathedral under the Rimp Diocese. These are words I've never seen in my entire life. Currently under construction in the capital. 12 years ago, there was a disaster when one of the central pillars collapsed. The Noble brothers... Archibald, you should have freestyle rap on Lone Hobo's rap stream. Winding the wisdom of a waxing moon, curtains call for the light and partings. Meet for no other occasion, blistering timbers and the thumping of lumber, crowding crow in the mouths of strangers. There is an abundance, blessings met in the humble glow of silence, and placement offering to drown out the doubt. The bulb that pops will not trickle, and the chain of wisdom that supplies it will replace itself, each other and another. Each kingdom housing a heart whose twitching pulse will beat, and each will beat into this man-made eternity, the long-labored labyrinth, and home to the flame. I like it. I like it. Good poem. Keep poem posting. Hashtag poem posting. Hashtag poem posting. I am not gonna lie, I thought somehow you would turn this into a Charlie Kirk situation. I don't know why. I don't know why. SpongeBob was... SpongeBob. Patrick is Squidward Sandy. SpongeBob. Patrick Squidward Sandy. SpongeBob. SpongeBob. Patrick Squidward Sandy. 20 minutes and you'll figure it out. Yes! I feel better though. SpongeBob, Squidward, SpongeBob, Patrick, Squidward, Sandy, SpongeBob, Patrick, Squidward, Sandy, SpongeBob, Patrick, Squidward, Sandy. SpongeBob, Patrick, Squidward, Sandy, SpongeBob, Patrick, Squidward, Sandy, SpongeBob, Patrick, Squidward, Sandy. What was the end of it? Wait, I gotta watch it again. Squidward, Sandy, SpongeBob, Patrick, Squidward, Sandy, Mr. Krabs, Pearl, Ed, Patrick, Squidward, Sandy, SpongeBob, Patrick, Squidward, Sandy, SpongeBob, Patrick, Squidward, Sandy, Doodle Bob, Stan, Gary. Okay. SpongeBob, Squidward, Sandy, SpongeBob, Patrick, Squidward, Sandy, SpongeBob, Patrick, Squidward, Sandy, Mr. Krabs, Pearl, Plankton, SpongeBob, Patrick, Squidward, Sandy, SpongeBob, Patrick, Squidward, Sandy, SpongeBob, Patrick, Squidward, Sandy, Doodle Bob, Stan, Gary. SpongeBob, Patrick, Squidward, Sandy, SpongeBob, Patrick, Squidward, Sandy, SpongeBob, Patrick, Squidward, Sandy, Mr. Krabs, Pearl, Plankton, SpongeBob, Patrick, Squidward, Sandy, SpongeBob, Patrick, Squidward, Sandy, SpongeBob, Patrick, Squidward, Sandy, Doodle Bob, Stan, Gary. Brain small. Brain small. Wait, did you like that more? Or did you like it when I sang the yaoimas songs? Like on the first day of Yowie, my true love gave to me a stalker staring at me. On the second day of Yowie, my true love gave to me. Was it 2 whips? I don't remember. Wait. Where did I put it? YouTube. YouTube.com. 12 Days of Yowie. There's a Nightcore version. There's a Nightcore version. Chad, there's a Nightcore. Day of Yowie, my true love gave to me. Fucker staring at me. On the second day of Yowie, my true love gave to me 2 braided whips and a stalker staring at me. On the third day of Yowie, my true love gave to me 3 butt plugs, 2 braided whips, and a stalker staring at me. You were about to type an answer, but you realized it might come off as rude to you instead of expressing your dislike for the original song, so you'll withhold under you sing both well. So it's okay. I know I'm not good at singing. I'm like notoriously bad at singing to the point that I can only sing if it's funny because I feel bad about how bad I am at singing. I need to like lock in and just learn how to do it. Why do you hate the 12 Days of Yowie? You finished the SpongeBob Patrick Squidward anyone faster. Yeah, because it's a shorter song! The Noble brothers who were supervising the construction site, the elder is Brando and the younger name is Jonathan, were buried under the... Wait, when did this happen? Oh, okay. There was a disaster when one of the central pillars collapsed. Okay, I understand. The Noble brothers who were supervising the construction site, the elder is called Brando and the younger's name is Jonathan, were buried under the rubble. According to the reports of one of the junior clergy to the local abbot, the collapse was caused by the brothers who had lined their pockets by using substandard materials and cheating the workers. So the story proved to be the perfect tool to persuade others to donate. After all, everyone fears the punishment of God. People are willing to give up anything so long as they avoid the flames of hell. According to reports of one of the junior clergy to the local abbot, the collapse was caused by the brothers who. Okay, yeah. So I'm guessing you were hired to investigate further? Yes, now that I have settled in, I plan to insinuate myself into the cathedral. Your client didn't tell you to come to the White Star, did they? Of course, travelers and mercenaries tend to stop in at taverns such as these as they travel. You know as well as I that the tavern rumor mill is awash with contacts and ways to exchange information. But why spend so much money investigating a closed case about something involving the church? That is neither my problem nor my concern. Take the job, perform the job, take the payment. Anything else is immaterial. I do not concern myself with any secrets my client may have. Elegant turned and opened the door. It seemed that she was counting my questions as immaterial as well. Elegant turned and looked back to me, waiting silently. Well, sorry to bother you. I left quickly and sensibly. The door shut behind me with a click. Okay, I don't know what I have not done. My room? Better return to my own room and do something else. Search. Let's read A Brief History of Apollyon. I opened to a random page of the book. The law in Apollyon is merciful. It shows leniency on those who have the sense to regret their actions by exempting their sentence or sending them into cloisters to be civilized. For those criminals who are unrepentant, the Helios Code has enough regulations to punish them to make sure they never commit a crime ever again. Thus, the vicious crimes of a more barbarous age have faded in Apollyon since the era of Helios, the first's wise rule. Without the sin of racial hatred, Apollyon shall become an ever-improving land of peace. Tisk, tisk. Oh, oopsies. Search. Let's take a nap. Taking a nap is better. I'm too lazy to take off my boots. I'll just lay here for a while. The rain had stopped. The packed dirt, now dispersed from the narrow alleys by the rains, remained on the center of the road after the rainwater flowed away. No one pays attention to their feet during a chase. Gray muck splattered and burst on the narrow alley walls that even one person could barely squeeze through, and then slowly slid to the ground. The spatial structure of this place was impossibly complex. Unable to build outward thanks to poverty, the locals instead took a more vertical approach. They built Babylon-esque towers into the sky, exploiting the potential of every inch of their narrow settlements. Everything was delicately balanced. Shelter supports bending incongruously to hold up walls that were ready to collapse, which in turn bolstered cracked ceilings held up the hulking canopy of homes above. A resident screamed as I raced by, a rusty watering pot jolting free of her hand and dousing her patchwork dress. I felt like I was blind as I mounted the stairs 3 at a time, my breathing heavy as I chased after the sound of running. I rammed my way through a wooden door, and the smell of mildew burst into my nose. Dim and soft light spilled through the cloudy sky, but that was enough to blind me after spending so much time in the dark staircase. The roof I had entered was completely different. Furniture was scattered randomly like debris after a storm, the wood cracked and the varnish peeling from exposure to the elements. Dozens of pieces in different styles and ages, like museum displays of furniture throughout the ages. My quarry and I fought. I grabbed at him, but he pushed me away. The roof opened up and swallowed me. The time of my fall felt like forever. I think the nightmares are getting more frequent. Whoa. What does it mean? Okay, let's go back to downstairs. Into the hall. Ah, it's nearly lunchtime. Go have lunch or chat some more. Is this gonna be the same? I can't think of anything I can talk to Anzox about right now. Let's talk to somebody else. Stop chatting. Let's go to the hall. Let's have lunch. It smells like vegetable stew. I've got good news and bad news. The good news is that Kane decided to bust into my kitchen and, quote, show you idiots what actual vegetable stew is like. Luckily for you guys, he cooked the stew before I managed to hurl him out onto the street. The bad news is today's lunch is vegetable stew. You don't have any smoked fish? Sorry, you ate the last of it yesterday. Anyway, bon appetit. I stirred the stew with my spoon, and this thick soup swirled slowly in the bowl. Giannis was holding the bowl to his face and dumping the liquid into his open maw. That really can't be a healthy way to eat anything. Kane ate his masterpiece contentedly, without any hesitation, while glancing at me secretly from time to time. I lowered my head immediately and had a few bites. It's nice to relax by the fire in the afternoon. The snow was falling again outside, so Zarn needed to sweep up the snowflakes, which were blown from the doorway. Soft snow heaped onto the street and muffled all sound, like when you block up your ears with soft cotton. Everything bad or unpleasant, from outside disputes to bad ideas, is muffled by the snow. The slightly sweet scent of fresh air, chilled by the winter cold, lingers in the nose. The wind, heavy with floating snow, tapped the wooden door enough that a band of sunlight could shine through the gap and across the wall. Suddenly, the door swung open. Ha! It's so cold. Could I get something to warm me up? A fluffy white-furred dragon staggered in, dragging a suitcase that was almost as big as he was, and leaning on a cane. What's a child doing out in the snow like this? Well, hurry up, boy. Come in and have a rest. Don't call me boy. Would a child be carrying this? He produced a medical license from his pocket and brandished it up at Zarn like a dagger. Zarn frowned as he read it. Oh, my apologies, Master Doctor. Please forgive my rudeness. The last thing I need is to freeze to death before I get back to my clinic. I'll just be waiting for the snow to calm down. Of course, please warm yourself by the fire. I'll carry your things. Zarn tried to lift the suitcase, then let out a labored groan as he shifted it. What in God's name? So heavy. The dragon took off his thick and heavy coat, climbed into the chair opposite me, and reclined with a sigh full of contentment. Greetings, I'm Thrivey, a physician by trade. He rose slightly and stretched out his right hand. I returned the handshake. Roman, it's a pleasure. Maybe I'll be your patient in the future. His lips convulsed lightly. I hope that day never comes. His hands were covered with soft white fur from the palm to the back of his hands. The stray snowflakes which he brought from the outside were melting on his fur. He looked as if he'd fit right in with some of Zarn's paintings. Now then, where in the blazes am I? I never passed by here. The only reason I managed to spot this place was the lamp outside. This is the White Star Tavern. The white dragon looked at me with confusion. The Vela District. The Vela District? My word, while I hadn't expected to get quite so lost. He shrugged his shoulders and looked around. Just then, the door shook violently and gave the blizzard access to the inside of the room. The falling snowflakes flew up and down with the invading storm. At the same time, someone cursed loudly in the cellar. Mind your language, there's a child. Oh, fuck off, I'm not a child. The gale howled outside. If someone were to go out now, he'd be mad or suicidal. Normally, shutting the door was an easy task, but it became much harder than usual in this situation. The snow from the crack whirled across my nose and eyes. I shut the door with all my strength and found a chair to block it up. Phew. As I moved to sit back down, the door hinges creaked loudly as someone rattled the knob. What the? Oh, hell. There was a hyena lying there, wrapped tightly in a thin hooded robe. This is a tavern, please. I humbly ask for shelter and a warm hearth. May I stay? He crawled to his feet in embarrassment as I shrugged as an answer and pointed to the cellar, just as another crash echoed from within. I'm not the boss. I can't call the shots. Perhaps the owner will show kindness and not hurl me into the street. He took off the robe on the back of a chair, then kicked back and leaned heavily. The partially suspended chair groaned under the pressure. Sorry to keep you waiting. Going so soon, Doctor? Zarn stood in the doorway to the cellar with mugs of ale in his hands as Thrivey was getting up from the chair. I'm not feeling well and I want to find rest. Do you have any available rooms? How strange. Thrivey looked fine just seconds ago, but now he looks pale and weak. Let me think. I haven't cleaned the other rooms yet. Otherwise, I can offer the space I have in the attic. Thrivey walked to the stairs quickly, politely refusing the cup Zarn offered. Thank you, but I'm a little queasy at the moment. My stomach is a bit too delicate for alcohol. Well, no need to waste such fine ale. Zarin stared in surprise as the hyena plucked the mug from his hand without any hesitation and intended to drink. Hold on, you're a friar, aren't you? Perhaps he's also a pretender like Elegant. Don't bother with such rigid rules. Ah, 'tis far nobler to not waste the gifts granted by God. Well, how should I address you? Zarin crossed a whole line on the bill with his pencil, then added a few words. It seems like you don't go to church on the weekends or you'd know my name. I would go, but seeing as I'm the only one working at this tavern, I don't have much chance. Excuse me. With a slight frown, Zarin turned back and quickly retreated into the kitchen. I suppose that he would stay there for a long time. Oh, I just remembered I have something important to do. Good, but what else is more important than rescuing your soul, my child? Come now, stay. At the moment I touched the stair railing, the hyena had pinned my hand with a smile. The blink of the cross which hung on his chest was dazzling. Well, so much for escaping. What's your name? I believe I've never seen your face before in my church. I'm not in this parish. That doesn't matter. Even though we are from different parishes, all of us are in the same family. I'm Father Heron. Nice to meet you. I stretched out 3 fingers and gingerly shook his hand. I'm Roman. Nice to... He interrupted me before I could get a word in edgewise and began to make a speech without any pause, gesturing towards me excitedly. Tell me, child, do you know where we will go after death? I'm sure you never think about that. How to settle your audiences to sleep. Step 1. Ask a question and answer it yourself. He let go of my hand and I quickly climbed the stairs. Thrivey was standing in the corridor and staring blankly up at the ceiling. Surely there's some way to... Here, leave it to me. I went ahead and untied the knot step by step. This white dragon watched as I untied the strings from the wooden handle quietly beside me. Okay, I got it. Next step is just... release the rope slowly. I put the ropes down step by step. The ladder dropped slowly with a squeak from pulleys. Finally, the ladder descended between us. Ah, so that's the trick. Thank you. It seems like you are familiar with this place. I am a regular customer, so I know a few things about this place. The white dragon caught hold of the handrail of the ladder and tried his best to climb up the very steep steps. The spacing of the ladder's rungs was suitable for someone of Zarn's size, so it was a little large for him. The nightstand was half opened. I moved quickly, pulling open the drawer, and began searching. My wallet was still there, as were my magnifying glasses in their fleece bag. The evidence case from the crime scene. I rummaged through the sundries I had stored in there, my hand dipping down into the drawer. Finally, my finger touched a cold and hard object buried deep among the linens. There it is. I tucked the case back down deep underneath my things and stuffed everything back in the drawer. I quietly cursed the lack of a lock. Wait, I feel like it just jumped really weird. But okay. The cheap bastard Zarin must have thought nobody would bother to rob his guests. Imagine that. Nothing was lost, but I know I didn't leave the drawer open. Think, who had access to my room after lunch? Only 2 can be excluded. Who didn't have the chance to enter my room after lunch? I think it was Zarin and Heron. Zarin managed everything all the time from downstairs, so he didn't have time to go upstairs till now. Excluded. Heron, he chatted without a stop in front of me since he got here. He may have made a bad impression, but it wasn't him. As for everyone else, I'll need to investigate. I locked the door and went downstairs. Well, what else would you like to order? That's enough. Thank you for the warm hospitality, good sir. The lynx who just came in swept off his thick coat and casually dropped it into Heron's arms as he walked past. What are you doing, child? I am not a coat rack. Zarin took the coat from Heron's hands and quickly hung it from the progressively more overburdened coat rack. Heron let out an offended huff, then walked over to the fireplace and sat down, the fur on his back raised and hackled. The lynx walked towards me as he adjusted his collar, meeting me at the bottom of the stairs. Hello there, just call me Vincel. Vincel? He reached into the pocket of his fancy puffy-sleeved topcoat and produced something with a flourish. It was a scroll about the size of a finger, with smooth-edged paper wrapped around a varnished wooden core. That explained a few things. This guy smelled of money. Vincel Link, Spices and Herbs, Apollyon, 21B King Street, Hallet Town. I am Roman, the detective that... Splendid, Mr. Roman. Might I take your contact details later? I may have some need for a detective in the future. Well, if you want to. I tucked the scroll into my pocket and wiped the sweat on my hand on the suit. I can provide you with my address once you're settled in. I stepped out of the way so Vincel could trot upstairs. Zarn followed him with his luggage. People nowadays. Aaron was muttering to himself as he turned to me. I believe you said something about thorns on the road to salvation earlier, Father. You. Aaron's words stuck in his throat at the sign of Zarn's coming downstairs. I'll prepare dinner. Feel free to chat. Zarn lifted the curtain and went into the kitchen, leaving me and Heron in the room together alone. Exclamation point, Christ is King. Hashtag Christ is King. Hashtag Merry Christmas. Hashtag, keep the Christ in Christmas. Keep the Yowie and Yaoimas. Keep the Yowie and Yaoimas. Hashtag Jesus Warrior. Hashtag God Warrior. Hashtag Yowie Warrior. Zarn lifted the curtain and went into the kitchen, leaving me and Heron in the room together alone. Hi, Brighter Malvin. Hi, Malvin. Hi. Hi, Malvin Brightly. Hi. Hi, Malvin Brightly. Hi. Merry Yowie to you. Merry Yowie to you. Today we have a furry Yowie detective game. We have furry Yowie detective game. I don't know if it's... I'm gonna be so for real. I don't know if this is Yowie. I'm gonna be so for real. I don't know if it's Yowie, but it is Chinese, which is pretty cool. We like that. We like that. We like that. I'm finding the Yowie. I've tried to find the Yowie. I've tried to find the Yowie. I've tried to find the Yowie. Try to find the Yowie. I've tried to find the Yowie. Sorry, I don't think it's Yowie. I actually don't think it's Yowie. I might have lied. What is LGB on Steam? Maybe it's Yowie. Maybe they do a little sloppy makeout session. Not quite sure. I don't think so. But that's okay. I quickly moved, reaching for the easiest excuse to get away from the hyena before he pounced. I'm going to leave an address for him. We can talk later. I rushed to the stairs before he could object. Vincel stood at the door to his room. I don't suppose it's a coincidence that your room is right next to mine, Mr. Vincel. I thought you'd be staying in the suite at the end of the corridor. All the rooms are the same, my good wolf. It's not as if I have much in the way of luggage. Oh, oopsies. He stepped over to the doorway and leaned on it, motioning me over with the constant mild smile. Here you are, just right here. I accepted the sharpened quill and jotted down the address of my office on the paper he gave me. Though I called it my office, it was just the parlor of the flat that I rented. If a client came without a reservation, they'd also be shocked by the casual atmosphere there. I didn't always have the time or energy to sweep or clean up after myself. It's cost me more than one client's business. He took the paper into the pocket where he put the scroll, then gave me a finger wave goodbye. Funny, I had expected something more, like the extent of exotic spices or fancy cologne at least. Or maybe that was me expecting something more ostentatious. Ooh. It's snowing really heavily out there. Kane tightened the lock and dusted off his hands. You're bloody lucky, it's a holiday, so I don't need to hurry going back. Why not stay here until the snow is lighter? Just think of it as being on a case with me. Bugger off, if anyone would accompany you. I told you not to come in when I have my door locked at night. No need to be rude. You're one to talk. You forgot to buy my drink after that case I helped you with. Alright, okay, I'll treat you soon. What's your poison? Ale? Wine? Of course it's ale. Who's gonna treat someone to ale? Giannis emerged from the door at the end of the corridor. Are you up to your gills in coins? How come you can pay for the corner suite? Heh, you only pay if you stay the night. That explains it. We walked downstairs one by one. I told you not to come in the kitchen. I'm busy. Zarn was leaning out of the kitchen with a stern glare. But my child, isn't the redemption of the soul more... Last I checked, you can't feed customers with redemption. Now stay out. I'm pretty sure you can't just command piety. It says piety. I took the seat beside Heron. He scooted over to give me some room. Maybe you should just take it easy for the night. I haven't done my endeavor if I haven't converted anyone. Everyone. Everyone here is a pious believer. If that were true, you'd be in the pews at Sunday service. I would, just as soon as criminals stop committing crimes on Sunday. Crime is merely a symptom of moral wickedness. If more people prayed... Last I checked, Father Heron, praying doesn't solve everything. Indeed, for worldly matters, we must rely on the beneficence of worldly assistance. Unnoticed, Elegant had already come downstairs and claimed a seat across the table from Heron. Even the most righteous may fall into iniquity and ruin if they casually mingle with those steeped in sin. Then perhaps you should worry more about your own righteousness. After all, you only risk further degeneration if you casually mingle with us sinners. You. Want some supper to go along with your moral philosophy? Zarn slapped 2 bowls of carrot stew in front of me and Heron. The soup sloshed from the bowl and landed on the table. Bon appetit. When he served the stew to Vincel, it was refused by a hasty wave of the hand, so he served the stew to Elegant. Perhaps I've been a bit prickly. You're not the only one. On apple teeth. Do you really have to imitate him? Imitate. It began to grow dark. Snow piled on windowsills and in front of the door, and the pavement had all but vanished. Anzok strummed in snatches of melody in his corner, just like every bard stuck in by heavy snow. It looks like we have to stay overnight. Do I got time to change to a smaller room so I can save some more money for ale? Maybe go without ale for the night. Do you know 2 places without ale? Jail and hell. That's why I come to the tavern. It's the furthest place from both. Giannis took a seat at the bar and moved to scratch the countertop. The change is okay. In this kind of weather, every guest counts. Zarin slid a mug to Giannis across the counter. Drink up, but scratch my bar and I'll take it out of your hide. Knock. Hello? A muffled voice came from behind the door. Knock, knock, knock. Hello? Is anyone in there? Continual knocks came through the snow-buried door, attracting everyone's attention. The snow was piled up as high as my hips. Who would be knocking in this time of night? Everyone kept silent. Giannis moved in front of the candle to hide it. Please, our carriage is stuck in the snow. How many of you are there? Zarn opened the partition and squeezed himself out from behind the counter. He kept his left hand concealed in his coat. 3, please, we have money. We just want somewhere we can pass the night. I can see only one. Zarn grimaced and then cracked the door open to peek out. My master and mistress are still in the carriage. Come on in, then. Zarn pushed the door wider, allowing a thin figure to stagger inside with a gust of snow. Thank God, the wheels were stuck in the snow and our horses panicked and broke their legs. If we hadn't seen the light of the tavern, I don't know what we would have done. Thank me, leader. I'll go rescue the other 2. I'll give you a hand. Zarn and Giannis, took their coats and went out of the door, though Giannis's coat didn't seem to fit him well. Phew, is there any way I can warm myself? I'm sleepy. The goat patted the snow off his coat and shuffled over to the fireplace. I'm surprised you made it this far with the way you're shivering. It's too cold for being near the capital. Ridiculous. By the way, my name is Sean. I'm Roman. Nice to meet you. I didn't feel comfortable shaking the hand of someone troubling so hard. Luckily, he seemed more focused on warming his hands by the fire. The door swung open heavily as Zarn guided 2 people wrapped with thick cloaks inside. He left them by the fireplace to pour ale for them. Here you are. Drink it to warm yourselves. Giannis carried the luggage in and returned his overly tight coat back to the coat rack, which I then noticed was actually my coat. Jerk. I'll admit I doubt my place will meet your usual standards. Any port in a storm, as they say. Merci beaucoup. Just take it easy. I will try to accommodate you as best as I can. May I know your names, please? Lunik, Marquise Lunik Harlick, and this is my wife, Solar. A gray-furred wolf emerged from underneath the cloak. Snow clung to his messy but glossy fur, and his amber-orange eyes landed on me. I wonder if you remember me. Oui, certainly. You're the detective who resolved a crucial case for us, Monsieur Roman. Oh yes, Roman, pardon. It had almost slipped out of my memory. He turned back to take off his wife's cloak before handing both to his servant goat. Sean caught the 2 cloaks and stood aside like a living coat rack. I guess nobles have short memories. Your room is ready. It's not exactly a suite in the capital, but it's clean and tidy. No need to mention, they must be staying in the double suite at the end of the corridor. Thank you. I simply must get out of these shoes. Sean, I think the glue of my heel came loose from the snowmelt. Zarn walked ahead with a suitcase in each hand and a candle held by his tail. The Marquise and the Marquis... I don't know what that word is. Followed him up. Marquess. Kane watched them go upstairs from a seat on the counter, fiddling with his pendant. Seems Kane's pendant had never been apart from him, though the color and scratches on it meant it wouldn't be worth much. Zarn came back downstairs. Is there anyone here who doesn't have a room? Like me? Oh, forgive me, father. Well, we have a nice big room left over for the Marquise's servant. Heron's pout was so intense it was almost audible. As I'm sure you know, the warriors of God must keep away from worldly pleasures which weakens them. That includes staying overnight in the inn's big suite. I suppose that is indeed the case. So I think it's all right. Vincel and Thrivey came downstairs one after another. Thrivey walked straight to the counter, took a seat beside Kane and Giannis, and started reading a book like he was in his own little world. Before I could notice it, Kane had plucked the pendant off his neck and strode upstairs. The pendant swung about, the string of it twined between his index finger and thumb. I do say it's gotten much more lively, hasn't it? We don't usually have a packed house this late. Anyone care for a game? Zarn took a length of blue flannel from under the counter and spread it on the table. If you have any objections to gambling, you can go upstairs and play by yourselves. Sean stood there at the table, looking longingly at the flannel before clearing his throat. I must attend to my master and mistress. Good evening. Are you just going to gawk, or are you going to join us? Oh, yes, I'm coming. I sat by the makeshift card table. Zarn pulled out 4 cards and put them in a line. Let's have a simple game to warm up. What about guessing the suits? No problem. I picked out 4 cards with different suits. Liangle, Blade, Chalice, Garen. Understand? I don't understand. You'll figure it out after you lose a few times. You're a terrible teacher. First, guess which one is the Liangle, 1 to 4. I picked the first card. It was the Liangle. Oh, congratulations. Guess which one is the Blade? I think it's this one. I picked the second card. It was the Blade. Am I just cracked or is it rigged? Lucky guess. After 2 rounds, I hit the jackpot. Heron. Oh wait, no, actually, I got it right twice. I got an achievement, so it was me. I did it. Heron concentrated his attention on watching the gambling. Even I couldn't tell if he was watching critically or just to enjoy. Let me empty my wallet. I'll be back soon. Don't flee from the battlefield so soon. Do you want to lose more? I'm just getting warmed up. Poor luck. Elegant was at the stairs. She raised her veil and smirked at me. What do you want? If it's not important, I've got a card game waiting for me. It is, and it is an important matter. She stepped back to the wall and backed away to the door of her room and opened the door. Is the mysterious act necessary? Very necessary. She shut the door behind me. Doing well? Are you still wearing a bell? What? Never mind. Before she could speak a whole sentence. Bang. With a crunching sound. Bang. The second one. Bang. The third one echoed in the tavern with a hoarse roar. What on earth? Don't worry. I guess it's just Kane losing his temper. He'll calm down soon and then go cry and blame himself all night. Wait, it's midnight! Merry Christmas! Merry Christmas! Merry Christmas, everyone! Give me a Christmas! Merry 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 Christmas! Hey, Merry Christmas! Merry Christmas! Merry Christmas! Merry Christmas! Wah. Oh, good. Ah, wah, wah, wah. Merry Christmas! Merry Christmas! Merry Christmas! Merry Christmas! Merry Christmas! Meow 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 meow. I'm getting sleepy. I think we'll probably have to solve whatever case comes next, and then I think I'll end it. And maybe I'll finish this, but maybe I won't. Maybe we'll have to wait until next Crimbim. Maybe not. I don't know. I don't think I've finished a game in a while. I like never finish video game when I play them. It's kind of a problem. Maybe a little bit of a problem. Who knows? Who knows? Anyway, you were saying something? I doubt it will be that simple. We should check to make sure. Whatever you had to say seemed pretty important. Don't let me die of curiosity, please. Well, in a word, bang. A deep sound. The sound was different than the last. Whoa, scary! Whoa, it's scary! It was like something heavy fell, slammed into the ground. Something that probably weighed as much as a person. What happened? I slammed the door open, bouncing it off the walls as Elegant followed me out. The sound had come from the opposite side of the hall, Kane's room. Merry yaoimas, son demoniac! Merry yaoimas! Yippee! Merry yaoimas! It's Merry yaoimas! Let's go! We have murder on the Yaoi Express right now. I tried the doorknob, but it was locked. I thumped, pushed, kicked with all my strength, but the door wouldn't budge. Sean ran from the double room in a hurry, a handkerchief in one hand. What happened? I think something happened to Kane in his room, but the door's locked and we can't get it. Locked? Zarn rushed from the stairs when he heard that, trying to push through the rest of the crowded guests to fetch his keys. But we can't wait. Sean backed up, bent his head down, and rushed to the door with his horn. My vision went black. The air was still. The sounds of choppy breaths and sobs slowly, gradually filled my ears. A scream sliced through the still air and echoed in my ears. Oh God, what happened to him? He's like not alive anymore. It's fucked up. My vision slowly cleared and soon I could identify the shape of the scene before me. A wooden cup and copper candlestick were resting on the ground. Dull red liquid. Yeah, bro is dead. He's not alive anymore. That's not good. I can't. Dull red liquid, like vicious wine, trickled down the back of the chair and pooled on the ground. The air was thick with a coppery metallic smell. Kane was slumped in the chair like he was asleep, if you ignored the knife which was thrust into his chest. A pattern of reddish gold bloomed along the lines of the knife handle, and splatters of red spread out across his body. Oop. Kane's body shuddered involuntarily as the last traces of life fled his corpse. Nobody moved. Nobody moved, especially not Kane. It was like the world had slowed to a crawl, like witnessing a terrible accident that you couldn't do anything to stop. I'd thought that, by now, I'd seen enough death and carnage to not be shaken by one more grisly murder scene. Until I found myself staring at Kane's slowly stiffening corpse. The familiar odor of Kane's musk mixed with the metal smell of blood and reek of death caught in my throat. Someone do something. Oh my God, the thing is called sirloin. This game is peak Christmas spirit. Exactly. It's called Roman's Christmas. It's happening on Christmas. Someone do something. Zarn tried to burst into the room, but was stopped by Anzox and Sean clinging to his sides. Why in my tavern of all places? Who did it? Which one of you did it? Zarn roared as she shook Anzox and Sean off. His lips pulled back to show fangs and his shoulders hunched. His wings began to spread angrily, struggling to free themselves from the straps he held them with. The friendly innkeeper persona dropped away. In its place was an enraged dragon out of some bard's tale. Furious that someone had dared defile its lair, he leveled his glare at me. Get a hold of yourself. I'm crushed that Kane's dead, and I don't know who did it. Then find out. Find out the murder. I'll do everything I can. Thank you. It's very important for me. Zarn slowly recovered his composure, his fangs hidden under his lips, and his posture relaxed. I expect all guests will cooperate with Roman's investigation in order to resolve this as soon as possible. He tossed me the ring of keys, turned around, and slowly walked downstairs, his footsteps heavy on the stairs. I remember there was also another set of keys in the attic. I should have a look later. Well then, time to get to work. If you wish, detective, I can help by checking the corpse. If you don't want to face him so soon, that is. I'd appreciate it. I'll admit I usually only treat living patients, but given the situation we now face, that's fine. I'll work while you investigate elsewhere. Return after you finish. With this, he turned back and tightened his medical gloves before going to work. Search start. Search start. If anything happens to Anzox, I'll gift myself. Oh, cute! A little plague doctor mask, but only for his snoot. Okay. Talk. Are you free now? What's the matter? Routine inquiry. Just some routine questions. You just need to answer honestly. Where were you when the incident occurred, and what were you doing? Reading my book downstairs at the bar? Who else was downstairs at the same time? Zarn, Heron, Iannis, Peter, Vincel, and Anzox. Anzox, Heron, and I kept ourselves occupied while the others played cards. About the remains. How's the autopsy coming along? I'm not quite finished yet. Please wait a bit more. Okay. Let's search. Okay. The case mainly took place at, right, don't miss the attic. Although not everyone can give us useful testimony, asking everyone is still necessary. Okay, let me map. Let's go to the attic. That's Thrivy's book. The cover has the image of a dragon and some symbols that I can't quite figure out. That's Thrivy's medical supply box. It's so heavy, even Zarn had difficulty lugging it around. Okay, bed. Thrivy's bed. He loaned it to Thrivy. Anzox's bed. Okay. Here's the keys. These must be the keys which Zarn hangs by the bedside. If there's an empty room available, the free keys will hang on there. The door was locked. Were there any problems with the key? I counted them one by one. The shapes are basically the same. Seems like they were made in the same workshop. Light streams into the attic through the round skylight. Oopsies. The accumulated snow could slide down along the roof, but instead is heaped on the window. Okay, pillow? Zarn's bed. He usually uses two, but one of them is loaned to Thrivy for now. Light, okay. Candlestick. A candle. Bunch of old junk piled up around here. Bits of twine, decorations, angel wings for an old April Fool's costume. Anything else important? About the ladder. The ladder, which is dragged around by the rope and pulley system. I think I'm done investigating here. Let's talk to Anzox. I just want to ask what you were doing when Kane's incident happened. Me? I was watching them play cards. Right. Who was the culprit? Anzox was lost in thought. About key. I was thinking if someone used the spare key. No way. Why are you so sure? The keys are all on that key holder, and they look exactly the same. I would imagine only Zarn can discern the differences between them. Even if the murderer had all the time in the world, he wouldn't know which key to take. Ask Zarn if you don't believe me. Stop inquiring. Okay. Let me talk to Vincel. A candle? The pillow hasn't been used yet, so it looks very soft. Vincel's big suitcase seems like it hasn't been opened since its owner entered the tavern. Let's see. The snow was still falling. I don't think there's anything in here. Talk. No offense, I just want to ask what you were doing when Kane's incident happened. Quite alright, my good fellow, it's your job. I was playing cards downstairs with the others and didn't notice anything until Kane was found. Thanks for your cooperation. Dreadful business this is. Oops. But I can't help but expect that someone like you would have things well in paw, detective. Good to see someone's confident. Okay. I don't think there's anything here. Let's talk to Elegant. May I have a look in your drawer? Elegant hesitated, then slowly moved away from the night table. I slid the drawer open. There was a notebook in the drawer with her name. I looked at her and she responded with a shrug. I am not about to obstruct your investigation, detective. I opened the notebook. 13 familiar names were written on the paper. Kane, Ionis, Zarn, and Inox's names are crossed out. Okay. Talk. Your whereabouts. I just wanted to ask what you were doing when Kane's incident happened. We were together. I was standing in front of you. I see. About Elegant's name list. Care to explain about this list? No comment. I realized that would make me suspicious, but firstly, I was standing in front of you when the incident happened. Secondly, do I seem foolish enough to write down a hit list and not bother to hide it? Fair enough. Stop inquiring. Let me go back. I want to look at Vincel's nightstand. May I have a look inside the drawer? Of course, my good fellow. Vincel pulled open the empty drawer. Well, thanks for your cooperation. Okay, it was empty. Let me go back. Go to Giannis. He's not here. There's nothing in the drawer. There's a few dance spots. I guess Giannis drools in his sleep. Stone Road has been completely buried in snow. Oops. The door is open. Okay. Candlestick? Wait, what's this? Okay, that's just the door. Back. Let's talk to Heron. Search. I was so sleepy that I wanted to sleep as soon as I saw pillows. So guilty. Heron didn't obstruct me as I checked the night table, so I did away with the formalities. Heron's Bible was in the drawer. There's also a rosary on the table. Okay. Same thing. Snow is still falling. What about the door? Okay.
Man, I'm sleepy.
Your whereabouts. I just wanted to ask what you were doing when Kane's incident happened. I was watching the other playing cards. Everyone can testify this. I see. Map. Let's go to Peter.
Peter, the horse is here.
Sleepness is cyclical. It's evil. There's nothing in Peter's drawer. After all, he didn't plan to stay overnight here, so he didn't bring any luggage. Map. Sean. Search. I don't think it was Sean. This is Lunix and Solar Suitcase. Looks expensive and well made. I can't look inside though unless I get their permission. There's a mark on the chest. Maybe it's the travel, maybe not. This is Lunix. Okay. A candle. This is a pillow. Seems like it's softer than usual. Sean saw I was looking at the night table. What can I help you with, Mr. Roman? I'd like to check your drawer. No problem, sir. Sean opened the drawer. Nothing was inside. Thanks for your cooperation. You're welcome. Okay. Let's talk. Your whereabouts. I just want to ask you what you were doing with Kane when Kane's incident happened. I was upstairs in my master and mistress's room. They rang the bell to call me upstairs, so I was going to enter their room to ask for instructions. I heard a loud sound before I entered, but my duties to the Marquise is more important than satisfying my curiosity, so I just ignored the sound. After completing my tasks, I went to see what happened. I think the Marquise and Marquise are willing to prove my innocence. Well, thanks for your testimony. About the chest. Why do you have so much luggage? They belong to my master and mistress. I keep them here so that their room is less crowded. About the door banging. I'm a little curious why you chose to crash the door like that. Because I'm a ram, I'm used to butting something when faced with a barrier. And after all, what happened just now, maybe he still could have been saved. Oop. Just after coming from the room and seeing what was going on, I decided to take the most direct route. Okay. Let's go talk to Lunic and Solar. Let me ask. I just want to ask you what you were doing when Kane's incident happened. Forgive me for following protocol. Solar and I were in this room, together. Sean was in my room when the incident happened. I rang the bell to call him in. The bell is on the table, I'll check it later. This is enough to eliminate us as suspects. Thank you very much. I think we're done here, so I won't disturb you further. You're welcome, Detective. Please visit me if you need any help. Okay. They're not gonna let me talk anymore. Okay. Search. This is a handbell. It must be used for calling Sean. I've seen the Marquise ring the bell in his house. The sound wasn't loud, but Sean always seemed to hear it. Having a butler must be nice. As soon as I moved toward the bedside table, Lunik interrupted me. Anything I can help you with, Monsieur Roman? The tone suggested the opposite. May I check the drawer? Non. I think the items inside have nothing to do with this case. He showed me a gentle smile. And as a Marquise, I have the right to refuse any kind of search, which I think is excessive. I'm starting to think Peter had the right idea about unfairness. This is a double bed, the only double bed in this tavern. Of course, guests wouldn't choose this room usually. The cup contained some white wine, which carried a hint of fragrance. It smells like lavender. Candlestick. A candle, neither the worst nor the best. I can see the front of the tavern through this window. Okay.
They're kind of suspicious.
Okay, I'm ready for this one. Map. I don't have permission to use this. Okay. I'm gonna go back. Map. Let's go downstairs. To the hall. Search. Candle. Mug. One of the reasons why dragons are good for running pubs is that it's always easy for them to keep the fires going. A cup. A vase, which Zarn put on the fireplace. No flowers at present. Okay. Spiral staircase. All of us were on the stairs at the time of the incident and it didn't collapse. Pretty strong. A cup. A wool carpet. When it was first installed, Zarn would get so angry that his hands shook if someone spilled even one drop of ale on it. Now the carpet's so old, a guest could spill beef gravy all over it and Zarn would only wipe the stain in silence. A cup. A candle. The bar's countertop, it's so clean that I could see reflections. It really looks like the type Ianis can't pay to fix. Okay, countertop. I think I'm done here. Let's talk to Peter. Pete, let's talk for a minute. I don't know. Kane, I know everyone is sad right now, but we need to find the killer. No, not me. I didn't kill him. Calm down. I just want to ask you a few questions. Really? Really, you just need to tell me what you were doing at that time. I gently patted his back until he calmed down. I was downstairs playing cards with Zarn and the others. After he went upstairs, we restarted a round. And this time we changed to a new game. I was having good luck with my cards and I drew a good hand. When it was Heron's turn to play, Heron? He took your place after you left. I thought he wouldn't join in. What happened at the time of the incident? Well, I heard some kind of sound like things were getting smashed. After a bit, the sound stopped. I guess that either Kane was losing his temper or you were looking for something, so I didn't pay it much mind. During the second round, I heard a very loud noise suddenly. Then there was also a weird bell ringing noise that I couldn't identify. Zarn put his cards on the chair immediately and rushed upstairs. Then we followed him. At first, I thought maybe it was a trifle, like someone tripped and fell, but then you know the rest. Okay, thanks for your testimony. Giannis, I'd like to talk with you. Peter's ears erected suddenly. In private. Fairly sensible. Your whereabouts. I want to know what you were doing at the time when Kane was killed. Hold on, you don't think I'm the one who... Don't worry, I'm asking everyone the same question. I was playing cards at the table, nothing else special. I didn't realize something was happening until everyone started running upstairs as soon as I looked up from my cards. Never thought Kane would. Thanks for your testimony. Kane's recent status. Did you notice Kane acting strangely this evening? I don't think so. He was drinking and playing cards, complaining about jobs, you know, the usual. Drunk off his ass and muttering that he wanted to be a chef for nobility, but didn't have the chance. Is that all? Me and him would meet and get drunk a lot, and I know he found a new job a few days ago. He couldn't have committed suicide. I know in my guts he didn't. Giannis put his hand on my shoulder gently. Please, Roman, find the bastard who did this quickly. About Elegant's name list. Well, I found a notebook in Elegant's room with everyone's names in it. Kane's name was crossed out or something, wasn't it? Exactly. Yours, Zarn's, and Annex's too. A hit list, but why? Finish inquiry. Stop inquiring. Maybe kitchen. Search. Looking at the knife. A kitchen knife is stuck in the chopping board. Oh, oopsies. The water in the pot is boiling. Guess Zarn forgot to add meat because of this incident. Water in the pot. Okay. Stove fire is crackling. A bucket of clean water for cooking. A wide variety of knives for bread, meat, vegetables, and everything else. Let's talk. Your whereabouts. I just want to ask what you were doing when Kane's incident happened. What I need to answer to? Standard procedure, everyone does. Fine, I was playing cards at that time. Then I heard a loud sound and a ringing bell. I thought perhaps someone fell down or collapsed, so I rushed upstairs. Turns out that it wasn't what I expected. Zarn leaned on the stove like a deflated balloon. What should I do? Don't worry, I'll try my best to help you. Zarn sighed and straightened the keychain around his waist. About key. Do you mind answering something about this tavern? Anything if it can help you catch the murderer quickly. I want to know how many sets of keys you have for the place and where they're located. 2. One set is for guests. If the room is empty, I hang it by my bedside in the attic. The other set is carried with you? Exactly, only 2, and I've checked my set. None are missing. So the one in the door of Kane's room, it can only be Kane's. Are you sure? Maybe it's a fake. Impossible. I went upstairs to look for myself. The moment I touched the key, I knew it must be Kane's. I know the weight and shape of each key I own. It's not a fake. But it's impossible to leave after locking the door. By the way, I don't know whether it can help you or not, but there is one other thing. Oops. Every lock and key set was custom made for the tavern. If you tried opening any of the other rooms with your own key, you'd find it won't go in. Why? These keys look very similar, but the angles and shapes of the teeth have tiny, almost unnoticeable differences. So it'll stick in the wrong lock. I don't know if that's negligence or brilliance on the part of the locksmith. About Elegant's name list. Well, I found a notebook in Elegant's room with everyone's names in it. She was looking for someone. Makes sense. Your name, Giannis's, Annex's, and Kane's have crosses through them. Perhaps just means she's investigated them already. She's crossed 4 out of 13 people, and one of the former is attacked incidentally. Anyway, that's a very definite possibility. Alright. Stop inquiring. Okay, I think... Search. Whee! There is a dusty cup on the ground. The vintage contained in these barrels is Zarn's treasure. The chain used to support the barrels is barbed. I'd tear my hands up moving it. But Zarn doesn't have that problem, which is probably why he uses that kind of chain. Okay. I don't think there's anything here. Oopsies. Let's go to the toilet. Search. A few golden hairs on the surface of the sink, not my color. I glance in the mirror. Okay, the hair's still good. I'm not likely to use the restroom. Okay. Go back up. And let's go back to Kane's room. Are you free now? What's the matter? About the remains. It's been ready. Go to search. Okay. Let's search the single bed. There are a few bloodstains on the sheets. Looks like someone knocked these drinking cups on the ground. One of the 2 candlesticks was on the ground too. John knocked the door open, but fortunately the lock wasn't damaged. Nothing suspicious about the outer keyhole. The key was inserted in the keyhole. I turned the key to pull it out smoothly. But I felt something strange when I inserted the key back into the lock. A little bit sticky. Okay. Single bed, bloodstains on the sheets.
Ah, I'm getting so sleepy.
Oh geez. He's so dead. This was a dagger which had exquisite decorative patterns carved into its hilt. It was found stabbed deep into Kane's chest. This dagger looks expensive. I checked on the edge of the dagger. It's really sharp. The wounds appear to be diamond-shaped, filling with coagulated blood. The apron and other clothes were bloody as well. The dagger's blade profile is identical to the shape of the wound. Kane's pendant was hanging on his neck with an intact lanyard. His wallet was also in his pocket. While I finish my autopsy, if there's anything you don't understand, do let me know. Thank you. Kane's eyes are devoid of any life or energy. His face was frozen in a look of shock at the moment he died. He's been dead for about 30 minutes. The blood was spreading on the floor. I wonder if I'm missing anything. I think I've gotten everything. If I just like click the window. Okay. Oh, can I sniff? I took a deep breath, trying to sniff out the murderer. Although it doesn't work all the time, it saves me a lot of trouble. The scent of blood is too strong. I can't connect the scents with anyone. Might as well pay more attention to the scents. Time to sniff! It's time to sniff! I closed my eyes and breathed in and out through my nose. Sniff, sniff. Oopsies. Different races and different things smell different. When they interact with each other, they'll leave their unique scent on each other. If I close my eyes and sniff carefully, I can locate the position of every odor, then restore them to the scene. The more similar interact methods, places, and times are, the more similar the scent is. The smell from the lock is a mixed odor of metal and hand sweat, with a faint blood smell. The odor of blood and death was coming from Kane. The chair he sat in was stained with similar smells. What about the knife? The smell from the dagger smells of blood, iron, and cane. The alcohol in the candlestick smells like the cups. The key had a metallic smell, but something doesn't feel right. Wait, it doesn't smell like the murder scene. What does blood smell like? Okay. Let's talk. Are you free now? What's the matter? About the remains. I'd like to know more about the condition of the body. Very well. The victim is Kane, a male oxen, nearly 30 years old. He was found in his own room 30 minutes ago. The time of death was close to the time of discovery. He was found in a sitting position in the chair of the room where he died. The left hand hung down naturally, the right hand rested on the hilt of the dagger and fell away when the body was found. The victim was wearing a beige leather apron and a white linen top, which was punctured by the dagger. Blood from the wounds saturated the clothes. The victim was also wearing a pendant. There is an open wound on the left portion of his chest. The shape of the wound is identical to that of the dagger. The depth is about a hand's span long. It's probably the killing blow. I didn't find any bruises or other type of wounds. That's all I know at present. Can I sniff other places? Can I sniff in here? I cannot sniff. Okay, this is things I've seen before. I want to sniff it. Okay, let's go back. Okay. Sniff. Sniff, 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 sniff. Sniff. It's time to sniff. It's time to sniff. I feel like I'm missing something. Ah, oopsies. I didn't mean to do that. Well, time to sniff again. Okay, sniffing. I'm sniffing. The key doesn't smell like the murder scene. Let's go down. I feel like I've done everything. Am I missing something? I think I've done everything. Clearly I'm missing something. Time to sniff. I feel like I'm missing something. Wait. If the key was stuck in the lock after the incident, then it should smell the same as the lock. But why can't I smell it? That should do it. The evidence I have is enough. It's time to find out the truth. We're gonna find out the truth. We're gonna solve the mystery. Do you wish to save the progress? Yes. Okay, I'm gonna solve this mystery and then I'm gonna go to bed because it's Crimbim. After a thorough search, I asked everyone to come to the hall for a trial. I've gathered everyone here. Is it time for the infamous parlor scene? I can only hope. The murderer is so easy to point out. Merry Christmas to the gamer. Merry Christmas to the Archibald. The problem is I only have the clues available, so I'll need your help solving this case. But the criminal is one of us. Surely they'll try to distract or mislead you. That's exactly what I want. The more the murderer tries to whitewash the events, the simpler my job becomes. Let's start with the simplest problem first. Is this case a suicide or homicide? The first mystery is the dagger in Kane's chest. Giannis, is this Kane's dagger? I've never seen him with a dagger like that. He usually borrows my knife to cut carrots. If this knife doesn't belong to Cain, I have to ask a question which no one's going to answer. Whose dagger is this? Or the better question being, who just happened to lose a fancy dagger recently? They look suspicious. Nobody answered, of course. I looked around. Everyone was avoiding my eyes, trying not to look directly at me. The only advantage to being a detective is that everyone will think you have the ability to spot lies at a glance. But if they don't talk, you can't just make them speak. Well, at least we can be sure that this dagger isn't Kane's. Next, our second mystery, the lock. I pushed the handle forcefully at the time and it didn't move. The door couldn't be opened. Could the lock be jammed? Why would it? I check whether the handle and lock works when I do my daily inspection. So the door really was locked when the incident happened. Right, until Sean crashed the door. Fortunately, the lock's still in good condition. I'll fix everything after all this is over. Did Kane really lock the door and commit suicide? I can't believe it. But the dagger is hard to explain. Maybe he kept the dagger hidden and didn't let anyone know he had it. That's not true. There's another problem with the lock. From which side is the door locked? Right. Zarn, I'd like to confirm one thing. Spit it out. The door could be locked from both sides, correct? Sure. Naturally, we'd assume the most obvious possibility, but Kane's door was not locked from the inside. It was locked from the outside. Wait a moment, there's something strange. What? After opening the door, Sean and I were standing by the door. Sean suggested that we should have a look at the scene so as to give better testimonies. So we checked the lock one by one, and the key was in the lock inside the room. That's right, I saw that too, but it's been a while since the door was opened. During the chaos, anything could happen, such as the murderer moving the key from outside to inside. But I was beside the bed the moment it opened. Why didn't you tell me earlier? I thought you already knew that. Ask me next time. Fine. Seems the door is locked from the inside, but something smells fishy. What's strange about the lock? The keyhole was sticky. So weird. Why was there something like glue in the lock? Maybe it's the stew from lunch. Clearly it was sabotaged somehow. Though we didn't know the method. We can assume the door was locked from the inside for now. But we can't exclude the idea that the culprit locked the door from the inside, then escaped the room by some method. Besides, Kane didn't have any reason to kill himself. He told me he'd found a new job this afternoon. He even said to me that he'll be managing his own restaurant after he saved up enough money. So he didn't have the state of mind to consider suicide. And you don't just commit suicide on Christmas. Real! Unless. Don't do it. Don't. Never do it. That's maybe a stretch. Thusly, the possibility of suicide is infinitesimal. Small. It's small. We cannot deny the possibility of homicide now. Isn't it better to say that it's actually a homicide? Now we begin to narrow the circle of suspects. At first, we can exclude all of the people downstairs. So, who was in the hall at the time? Thrivey's testimony. If I remember, they're Zarn, Heron, Enix, Iannis, Thrivey, Peter, and Vincel. And Sean, Marquise Lunik, Marquise Solar, Roman, and myself were upstairs. Pardon moi, but Solar, Sean, and I were in my room. Shouldn't we be excluded? The problem is that Elegant and I were in her room face to face. According to you, nobody is suspicious at all. Ah, I'm sorry for my impropriety, Marquise Harlick. C'est bon. I can feel your enthusiasm for investigation. For the time being, we'll just regard everyone upstairs as suspects. These are Elegant, the Marquise couple, Sean, and me. I would like each of you to go over what you were doing when the incident happened in as much detail as you can. I want to hear Sean's testimony first. Where should I begin? When you first went upstairs. Because the Marquise called for me, I went upstairs. Generally speaking, it was about time for the Marquise's medicine to help him sleep. I heard loud noises as I was passing through, so after I prepared the medicine, I went out to see what was going on. And then I found you all crowding around the locked door, so knocked it open. Something smells fishy. Maybe I'll press harder for further information. Ask what? How you summoned Sean. Speaking specifically, how did they call you up? I went upstairs when I heard the bell ring. That is how they always summon me. Ask what? Sleeping aids. What kind of medicine? 1 drop of lavender and citrus oil added to water or wine. It was prescribed by the Marquise's personal physician. Sounds like pretty mild medicine because it's just a slight nervous tension. It's not supposed to be potent. Ask what? The voice outside. What noise? Just like the sound of heavy objects crashing to the ground. Locked door. How did you know the door was locked? Because you were dragging and pulling the handle, I assumed that it might be locked. Okay. Stop interrogation. Please add the things you've mentioned to your testimony. Okay. Please testify again. I heard the sound of the Marquise ringing the bell, then went upstairs. Generally speaking, I prepare the Marquise's sleeping medicine. It's a mix of lavender and citrus oils in wine or water. The Marquise's doctor told me to add 2 drops of oils into water or wine and gave the Marquise to drink. I heard something like heavy objects crashing into the ground, so I went out and had a look. And then I found you all crowding around the locked door, so I crashed it. Wait, I think there's something strange in your testimony. Fuck, I don't know. Okay, let me read it again. I heard the sound of the bell ringing. I went upstairs. I prepared the Marquise's sleeping medicine. It's a mix of lavender and citrus oils. The doctor told me to add 2 drops of oils into water or wine. I heard something like heavy objects crashing into the ground, so I went out and had a look. I found you all crowding around the locked door, so I crashed it. Wait. Heavy objects crash into the ground. What was the first one? Okay. Marquise called for me. Yeah, the story's really good. I'm like happy I chose it. I think it's more interesting than like, I don't know, reading a yaoi like Christmas thing. I do like this. I like this a lot. Marquise called for me. I went upstairs. Generally speaking, it was about time for the medicine to help him sleep. I heard loud noises as I was passing through, so I prepared the medicine to see. Okay. I feel like it's the medicine, right? Or am I stupid? Both is possible. The cup by Lunix's bedside. That's suspicious. Where? On Lunix's bedside. Why does it look suspicious? The wine? Oh, okay, so it was prepared. It hadn't been fully consumed. Okay. Suggesting something interrupted the Marquise's drinking his sleep-enhancing potion. If I was right in my conjecture that something was Kane's death. Okay. Never mind. Never mind. What is contradictory? I'm not sure. I'm a silly goose. Maybe it's the bell? Maybe this one. Think before you speak. Okay, I will think before I speak. Let me read it again. What's the contradictory thing? My brain is small. I repaired the Marquise's sleeping medicine. I heard something like heavy objects crashing to the ground. I found you all crowding the around the locked door, so I crashed it. Okay. It's not the mug. It's not the nightstand, because that doesn't make sense. Not the key holder. It could it be the luggage? Heavy object crashing into the ground, so I went out and had a look. Share the luggage. The suitcase in Sean's room. I feel there's a problem. What problem? The weight of these two suitcases. They're heavy. Show that Sean is extremely strong. I am? Well. Okay. No idea. No idea. It's contradictory. Why? Well, what is contradictory? I don't think I said. I don't see anything. I heard the sound of the Marquise ringing the bell, then went upstairs. Okay. I prepare the Marquise's sleeping medicine. It's a mix of lavender and citrus. Told me to add. I heard something heavy, like objects crashing on the ground, so I went out and had a look, and then I found you all crowding around the door. Door lock, sure. Seems like, okay. What if I start going from top to bottom again? Nope. Sniffing result. Door lock. The dagger. It's not the dagger. Handbell I've already tried. Luggage I've already tried. Cup I've already tried. Candle? It's too fishy. Okay, never mind. It's not the candle. It's not the mug. The nightstand said no. Key holder? Luggage, cup, candle, mug. I genuinely have no idea. Several small noises, a loud noise, and then a bell ring. I found out. I figured it out. I've deduced it. You said you went upstairs before hearing the ring and then heard the loud noise? Yes, is there any problem? Please recall Peter's testimony. Peter mentioned he heard several small noises, a loud noise, then a ring. Whose memory is wrong, yours or Peter's? Or one of you is lying? In fact, I didn't hear the ring. Around this time, I usually start making the medicine. Really, it's just mixing 2 drops of stuff together. Anyway, I went upstairs before hearing the bell, and I was fixing the medicine in my room. After hearing the loud noise, I went out and heard the bell ring. So I went to the Marquise's room to put down the medicine, then went out again. That actually makes sense. When was the prescription given? About 2 years ago. My master takes it all the time. Thanks for your help. May I ask what you were doing when the incident happened, Marquise? Oui, it's my duty to cooperate with your investigation after such a terrible incident. We were in my room the entire time, pajamas on, sitting in bed. We were preparing to retire for the evening, so I rang the bell to call Sean. I heard something strange, but couldn't identify it through the door. When Sean ran out hurriedly after he put the medicine down, I realized something had happened. Usually, he waits silently until I finished the medicine, then left after cleaning the mug and blowing the candle out. Something smells fishy. Maybe I'll press harder for further information. Night dress. Changing into pajamas. I don't mean to offend, but changing clothes is really a suspicious behavior. We were preparing for bed. We also changed back to our earlier clothing. As you can see, we are quite immaculate. Sorry, I may have overthought. When did Sean come inside? I don't distrust you. I just want to cover all the bases. How long did it take for Sean to arrive after ringing the bell? After I rang the bell, within 30 seconds. Is that right? Mon petit rayon de soleil? What the why are you French? Yes, prompt and reliable as usual. Ask what? Noise. Could you please tell me about what you heard in detail? I'm not sure. It sounded much too muffled. Ask what? The order of the noise. Can you remember if the sounds occurred before or after you rang the bell? I cannot remember clearly. What about you, mon chéri? It seems like... forgive me. Stress plays such havoc with my memory. I don't recall. Stop the interrogation. Please add what you've mentioned to the testimony. As you wish. Please testify again. We were in our room the entire time, having changed the pajamas and preparing for bed. Our formal dress is clean without any blood. When it was the time I needed to sleep, I rang the bell to call Sean. He came within 30 seconds. I heard a muffled sound, but I cannot remember if it was before I rang the bell or after. When Sean ran out hurriedly after he put the medicine down, I realized something had happened. Usually he waits silently until I drink, then leaves after cleaning the cup and blowing the candles out. Let me think. Something isn't right. Which evidence is contradictory with Lunic and Solar's testimony? Let's see. Okay. We were in our room the entire time, having changed the pajamas and preparing for bed. Our formal dress is clean without any blood. When it was the time I needed to sleep, I rang the bell to call Sean. He came within 30 seconds. I heard a muffled sound but cannot remember if it was before I rang or the bell or after. When Sean ran out hurriedly after he put the medicine down, I realized something had happened. Usually he waits silently until I drink, then leaves after cleaning the cup and blowing the candles out. The cup. The mug. Let's see. It's too fishy. Okay, never mind. Never mind. I'm gonna try. Let me read it again. I gotta read it until the brain juices, the synapses start firing and I connect it. I don't brain stuff. The synapses in my brain. I just gotta keep reading it until I understand, okay? Okay, we were in our room the entire time, having changed the pajamas and preparing for bed. Our formal dress is clean without any blood. When it was the time I needed to sleep, I rang the bell to call Sean. He came within 30 seconds. I heard a muffled sound but cannot remember if it was before I rang the bell or after. When Sean ran out, hurriedly after he put the medicine down, I realized something had happened. Usually he waits silently until I drink, then leaves after cleaning the cup and blowing the candles out. Meh. Do. Let's see. That's not a contradiction. The handbell. It's not. By the way, your suitcase is heavy. It is. We need to prepare well before we went out in winter. Oh fuck, wait. I need to go back. I fucked up. No, load. Load this one. I need to load this one. Okay, skip. Is the doorknob working? That's it. Does the handle work? Okay, skip this. The keyhole was sticky. What is this? Who was in the hall at that time? Can we look at Thrivy's testimony? How you summon Sean? Sleeping aids. The voice outside. Locked door. Stop interrogation. And then Peter's testimony. Night dress. Noise. The order of the noise. Stop interrogation. Okay. What evidence is contradictory with Lunic and Solar's testimony? It's not the handbell, it's not the luggage. It's not the mug. I don't think it's the nightstand. Is there nothing? Something that happened. You wait silently until I drink. We were in our room preparing the entire time. I rang the bell to call Sean. He came within 30 seconds. I heard a muffled sound but cannot remember. What if I try lightstand? Also, I'm curious why you refuse to let me check your night table. That has nothing to do with this case, and it's my right. I hope you understand. Okay, and then let me try the luggage. Your suitcase is so heavy. It is. Okay. It's not... Let me... Brain! I've read it so many times. You need to start understanding it now. Okay. There is a sniffing report! Would you believe me if I said there's a sniffing report because you're a wolf and you get to sniff out clues? This is a Salad Forest game? I think so. What were you doing at that time? Me, I was standing in front of you. You came in, I shut the door, and I inquired if you were wearing a bell. That should be the Marquise's bell ring, I think. Then there was a crashing sound and a loud noise, after which you opened the door forcibly and ran out. I followed you and saw you trying to open the door to Kane's room. Ask what? Before I went upstairs. You have no proof you were in your own room the entire time I was downstairs. Correct. Oh, that was direct. What? This is like gay furry Danganronpa real. Well, that was direct. You are welcome to doubt my testimony if you wish, as I cannot actually prove that. Ask what? Handbell sound. Are you sure you heard the bell ringing? I don't remember hearing it myself. Maybe you were distracted by the sound of the door closing, but my hearing is also much better than you. Ask what? The order of noises. So the sequence of sounds. Can you go over them? As you wish. The first was the ringing bell, then our conversation, then the sound of crashing, followed by loud sounds. This is getting weird. Ask what? Name list. About the notebook with our names. As suspicious as this will make me sound, I cannot disclose its purpose at this time. Please add what you've mentioned to the testimony, as you wish. Please testify again. I cannot prove my behavior before you went upstairs, but I was standing in front of you at that time. The ringing should have occurred when I shut the door, so you missed it. Then in sequence, there was ringing, then the smashing sound, after which you opened the door forcibly and ran out. I followed you and saw you trying to open the door to Kane's room. I know the book of names makes you suspicious, but I cannot tell you its purpose now. Which evidence is contradictory with Elegant's testimony? I don't think there is anything. Ringing, smashing. Do 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 do. I don't know. Sniffing result. Let me try the handbell. Could you really confuse the noise with me wearing a bell? At that moment, yes. I even inspected you to look for bells on your person. Well. The name list. The notebook. Enough. I know what you want to say. Which evidence is contradictory? I don't think there is any. That's what happened. I found something. Same question. Peter, Sean, and you all heard the ring and small noises, but everyone's testimonies about the order of sounds are different. Peter heard the small noise first, then the bump, then the ring. You heard the ring first, then the small noise, and then the loud noise. And Sean only heard a loud noise and a ring. Who is lying? Raid Inari? Okay, I'll raid Inari after I'm done. Nobody lied. I see. Nobody lied. Then it's a suicide, isn't it? Nobody lied, but nobody could describe the whole thing. What if there was more than one ringing? Though I didn't hear anything. Stupid ears. Oh, it's okay. No, it's okay. Though I didn't hear anything. Stupid ears. For example, the first is a ringing, then a crashing, followed by a loud sound. And then it's the ringing again. In this way, the sequence that 3 people heard should be correct. The number of bell rings is the key to solving the case. Yes. But why would the Marquis need to ring the bell again? Unless his faithful servant didn't answer when the first bell ring came out? Well, I didn't want to say that, because it would make the Marquis suspicious. But you have thought the stage I have... What? But you have thought the stage I have to explain. Testimony. In fact, I heard 2 ringings. The first time, I entered to prepare the medicine. The second time, I didn't understand but still came in. Before I had the chance to ask the reason, I heard the loud sound from outside. By the way, when I first answered the bell, I only saw the Marquis sitting on the bed without Marquis Harlock's presence. Something smells fishy. Maybe I'll press harder for further information. Ask what? Handbell rang twice. So you heard 2 ringings and came in the room twice. Ask what? Second entry. Could you please tell me the exact situation when you entered the second time? I opened the door and saw Master Lunik and Mistress Solar seated together. He was breathing heavily and he was sweating a great deal. Okay. Ask what? Didn't see the Marquis. You didn't see the Marquis the first time? No, only the Marquis. Are you sure that he wasn't just hiding in the corner or someplace you didn't notice? I'm sure. Ask what? Stop the integration. Please add what you've mentioned to the testimony. Okay. Please testify again. In fact, I heard 2 ringings and answered twice. I prepared the medicine the first time, but the Marquis wasn't in the room. The second time, I found the Marquis in the room, breathing heavily and sweating profusely. Before I had a chance to ask the reason, I heard the loud sound from outside. Hold on. Sean. Please calm down. Don't hurt the witness. As I stepped between Sean and Lunik, Sean seized the opportunity to retreat. Monsieur Detective, I order you to step aside. This is a personal matter. But which book should you quote to stop Lunik? Oh no! Oh no! Save. Helios Code. The Helios Code stipulates servants may not profess opinions that slander or demean their master's position. Then you understand my anger. Except when providing testimony to a felony crime such as murder. Batard! I don't speak French. After he is finished, tell him that he is fired immediately and that I will see to it he never works for another noble again. If you're the murderer, you should probably consider firing all your servants. You're going to need the money sooner than you think. If you think he's lying, you can choose to tell the truth. Very well. I shall do as you ask. I'm listening. Indeed, I rang the bell twice. I did not say so earlier because I did not want my servant to become a suspect. I consider it recompense for 10 years of loyal service. But now that he has betrayed me, I will expose his lies. Sans pitié! He didn't come at all when I rang the bell the first time. He came in after I rang the bell the second time after some time. Something smells fishy. Maybe I'll press harder for further information. Why did you lie the first time? As I said, I did not wish my servant to become a suspect. If he is arrested, who will serve me? But, oui, I know I was wrong. Please continue your asking. Disloyalty. Why do you think Sean betrayed you? His testimony doesn't have any truth and slanders my good name. Do you have any method to expose his lies? Are my words not enough? As if I'd accept that. Ask what? Sean didn't come in when you first rang? Oui, why else would I need to ring again if he came? Maybe you're influenced by my speculation? Non. Ask what? Is your latest testimony true? Absolutely true. Without any exaggeration because of personal emotion. I swear it upon my title. Ask what? Please add what you've mentioned to the testimony. As you wish. Please testify again. Indeed, I rang the bell twice. I did not say so earlier because I did not want my servant to become a suspect. Now I know I was wrong, but I didn't think about too much at that time. I consider it recompense for 10 years of loyal service. His testimony is absolutely a lie. I swear it upon my title. When I first rang the bell, he didn't come, so I rang again. He came in after I rang the bell a second time after a while. Eh? I have no idea. Both of their testimonies are pretty weak. Even if I asked Solar to testify, as Lunik's wife, her testimony would be suspect at best. If testimony is all that we can rely on, then we will never find the solution. Perhaps we should see if there is anything at the scene that can contradict them. Well, we haven't discussed the problem of the lock yet either. Now that the suspects are narrowed down again, I think I found a common point. Do you remember the moment Marquise first arrived at the tavern? Ah, I nearly forgot. The melted snow had damaged the heel of my shoe. I guess we thought of something. What do you think? Which evidence is related to the memory? Fuck. The luggage, right? This one? Seriously? Which evidence? Okay, the shoe. I nearly forgot the melted snow. Then he like... I don't understand. Handbell? This one? I don't know. What has something to do with a shoe? I don't get it. Is this furry yaoi? No, it's a furry murder, like, mystery situation that happens on Christmas. But it does have the LGBT tag on Steam. So maybe it's yaoi? Door lock. Which part of the lock? Oh, it was the lock. Which part of the lock is suspicious? The keyhole is all the clue on the shoe. The clue on the shoe. The stickiness of the lock. Why? If my memory is right, the Marquise had ordered Sean to re-glue the heels of her shoes. The capital's high-end shoemakers usually make shoes with a specific type of glue. Although the glue is easy to dissolve with cold water, those shoemakers still use it over anything else. That edgy yaoi. I don't think they're gonna make out sloppy style, but I'm hoping they do. Partly because no noble lady will be walking in water, but mostly because the glue has no odor to it. And I'd wager that Sean carries a jar of the stuff in case of an emergency. He does. The glue would explain why the door was stuck for no reason. On this very yaoi-miss, I'm hoping that they make out sloppy style. Only a detective with your level of talent could find the connection between such things. That does include your nose, by the way. Which evidence can connect the glue, lock, and the key? The sniffing results. The sniffing result. Good night, Lone Hobo. Well, the smell alone can't be used as evidence, but it does give me an idea. The smell of the door lock and the key at the scene weren't the same. Now that I think about it, that means the key was plugged in after that. The key was inserted later. Pourquoi? The Bard and Sean have seen the key was stuck in the lock when we came in. They're not the same one. Impossible.
Hold it.
Have a merry yaoi-miss, Lord Hobo. What went wrong? Have you forgotten the key cannot plug into other rooms' locks? Every key is handmade by a good blacksmith. They look similar but cannot be inserted into wrong locks. I know that, but you don't have to insert it. The only thing that matters is if it looks like it's inserted in. Looks like. I did see the key stuck in the lock. If you break the key in half and stick the shaft in the lock with glue, then it wouldn't matter if it fit or not. Wild guess. The glue could be torn off. Ma chérie? Yes, but it would be quite difficult. If that's so, then I can tell who the murderer is with ease. With just one thing, you can prove yourself innocent. Show the key. It's simple. Take out your room keys and open the door. Let's begin with the most suspicious three. I believe you're all anxious to prove your innocence. It's my pleasure. We should have done this much sooner. Indeed. Well, take your keys and open the door one by one. Ladies first, mademoiselle. My pleasure, Marquise Harlech. Elegant took her key out and approached her door without hesitation. The key slid into the lock, turned, and the door opened. She was always so calm and certain. I dare say if she was the murderer, she'd be a terrifying culprit to face. Next, Marquise Harlech. If this can prove my innocence. Lunik took his key and approached his door, though his hands trembled slightly. The key missed the hole once or twice, and I could see the sweat begin to form in his fur. After several unsuccessful attempts, his wife stepped over to him, whispered something to him, and guided his hands. This time, the key slipped easily into the keyhole and turned with a click, and Lunik's shoulders slumped in relief. Now the result is clear. Sean, it's your... We've all opened our doors, and now there's only Sean left. It must be him. If all three keys work on their respective doors, it shows that Roman's hypothesis cannot stand. In other words, we will have to start over from the beginning. It's not foolish to jump so quickly to a conclusion. As you say. Sean, let's begin. Sean reached into his bag and froze. What? My key is missing. Maybe you should empty it to make sure. I don't think that will empty the bag. No. Lunik snatched the bag from Sean and dumped the contents on the ground. A dozen copper coins, a silver coin, half of a key covered with glue, and a piece of blue crystal fell on the carpet. Sean staggered back against the wall, clutching his vest tightly with both hands, and looked around with wide eyes. I've already guessed earlier. So early. But what about the loud noises? Those had to be Kane's falling body. If I were the murderer, I wouldn't have had the time to kill him and prepare the medicine. The bell rang just after the noise of his collapse. I couldn't have had time to. No. Lunik just testified that you didn't come on time when he rang the bell. I was just a few seconds late. A few seconds couldn't buy me enough time to complete the tricks you made up, right? Tricks? Indeed, you were clever. What? For example, the loud noise. Oh god, I don't know. Was not the sound of Kane's fall. What else could it be? Such a loud noise must be the noise of a body falling down. I have two pieces of evidence to prove that the voice was not caused by Kane's voice. Firstly, corpse was on the chair. Corpse was in the chair. He fell into the chair. Even if you collapsed back with no support at all, most of the impact would be cushioned by the chair. If he fell back like that, there wouldn't have been nearly enough noise. So the sound of heavy objects falling to the ground was caused by something else. The second piece of evidence I want to present is... Wait, you're gonna go to bed? I was just gonna finish this case and then I was gonna end it. No. Could have been the candle. I think it might be the luggage. The suitcase in Sean's room. The luggage is heavy enough that it weighs as much as... I mean, they're both extremely heavy. 4 p.m. Okay. Throwing them around would be more than loud enough. So you killed Kane, then went back to your own room, threw the suitcase, and rushed to the Marquise's room. Good night, Prod. If you made the noise in your room, you could easily reach the Marquise in time without arousing suspicion. Don't be ridiculous. Why would I kill someone I don't even know? We'll get to that. Weapon. The lethal weapon is the dagger. The dagger, of course. The murderer didn't even cover this up. The method. Okay. Do. The suspect stole the key. Oh. Okay. Okay, my brain. The suspect locked the door from the outside. Oh, okay. This was the last thing that happened. Okay, my brain is small. What's the first thing that happened? So what's the first thing that happened? Okay. Oh gosh. The suspect knocked the cup and candle to the floor. No. My brain! It's not working! Thank you, Feet Enjoyer 2659 for the follow. Dap me up. Dap me up. Feet Enjoyer, dap me up. Okay, my brain, it's gonna work, it's gonna work. The first thing. The suspect. Glued half of the key to the door. And the last thing was the suspect burst the door open. The suspect made a loud noise in his room. Yeah, dap me up, dap me up. The suspect... Three. Wait, fuck. Okay. Okay. Oh, fuck. Stop it. Stop it. I made a mistake. I didn't mean to place the bet yet. Okay. I don't think this happened. 1 didn't happen. And I don't think 4 happened. Okay. Lock the door from the outside. The suspect glued half of the key into the door. And then made a loud. Another one, another one, and another one, and another one. Okay, oh my gosh. I'm so... The suspect burst Kane's door open is the last thing that happened. The suspect made a loud noise in his room. The suspect glued half of the key to the door. The suspect locked the door from the outside. Okay, so I got one right. Fuck me. What about this one? Is this 0? Okay. 2 is not correct. Maybe this one. Okay. Ah, there's no brain in my head. There's like none brain in my head. Okay. This 0? Okay. 0. Okay, here. Okay. The first thing that happened. A suspect burst Kane's door open. Okay. I don't understand. Okay, which ones are the ones that didn't happen? One didn't happen. This, I don't think he stole Zarin. Yeah. You need to put it in a full sequence, but I don't. Yeah, 1 and 4 didn't happen. You gotta put them in sequences in here. This one didn't happen. Maybe 5 didn't happen. I'm not sure. Where did Kane's key go? The suspect burst Kane's door open would be like the last thing that happened, but it's not correct. I think the suspect knocked the cup and candle to the floor, and that was the first thing that happened. Let me see. Nope. The key was glued onto the door at first, then was replaced later. Okay. The key was glued onto the door first. Okay. This doesn't matter. It doesn't make any sense. The suspect glued half the key to the door. Then knocked the cup and candle to the floor. Then locked the door from the outside. Hi, Luke. Merry Crambim. And then locked the door from the outside. Made a loud noise in his room. And then replaced the key. 2 of them. 3, 5, 6, 2, 4. Oh my god, they just gave me the answer. 3, 5, 6, 2, 4. They just gave me the answer because I'm so bad. Three. Mirror Chrysler. 7 Days of Lawlessness? No. Okay. Glued half of the key to the door. Locked the door from the outside. Made a loud noise in his room. Burst the door open. And then replaced the key with Kane's. I don't get it. My brain is too small. Mary Crim Bam, Mary Crim Bam. Is this a sequence of events? Okay, now the suspect. The murderer is. Who's the murderer? It's me! Kane is dead. Can I be so for real? I don't think it's Sean. I think it might be Lunik. Sean. He had both the time and the motive. Nonsense. Be patient, I will explain the motive. Though Sean denied that he had met Kane before, one thing caught my attention. There's a blue crystal in Sean's bag, which looks just like Kane's pendant. Kane had worn that pendant for as long as I've known him. Maybe you two are old friends? No need to answer that. I think I know why you killed him. Why do you say that? Two old friends reunited after many years of separation, but instead of a happy reunion, all you got was rage. Let me guess, it's all about betrayal? What are you talking about? For example, you promised that you would recommend Kane to the Marquise when you got the chance. Then he would finally achieve his dream of becoming a cook for the nobility. But it seems like you didn't keep your promise because you didn't think you'd ever see him again. Actually, if it weren't for the snowstorm, you two probably would have never crossed paths. You committed the crime when Kane lost his temper. Okay, that makes sense actually. Let's begin. Case playback. Kane went upstairs after dinner and you followed him soon after. One of Kane's actions confused me at the time. Spinning his necklace. He had pulled off his pendant and was letting it hang from his hand. My guess is, I think Kane was sending a signal to someone. I recognize you. You noticed Kane's signal and followed him upstairs. You were talking in his room and then the ring from the bell from Lunik's room happened. That was the first bell ring. Kane mentioned your betrayal and knocked over the mug and candlestick. That's the crashing sound we heard. You felt endangered when Kane faced you, so you decided to strike first with your dagger. He collapsed into the chair without any noise. You took Kane's key, then broke your own key and stuck it in the lock with some glue you used to fix Solar's shoes. You didn't pull out the dagger because you feared that blood would get on your clothes. After all, you only needed to deny the dagger was yours. Then you went out, locked the door from the outside, returned to your room, and made that noise by tossing the suitcase. The Marquise noticed you hadn't arrived and rang the bell for a second time. You entered to serve just in time. After that, you pretended to be surprised and ran out. You smashed open the door, then exchanged the key you had stuck in the door with Kane's key. That's how it happened. Just admit it, Sean. You cannot escape my logic. Fine, I did it. Sean's transverse pupils looked straight at me, and I couldn't see any emotions in his eyes. Whether it was sadness, fear, or despair, I couldn't tell. I didn't expect that either. I was just scared. His appearance, panting, looming over me with those red eyes. He looked like he was going to... But you're the one who struck first. Who struck the first and deadliest blow. According to the Helios Code, whoever murders another person shall be hanged without special justification. I'm sorry, but your excuse is too weak to counter your punishment. I really don't want to be hanged. Isn't there any other options for me? I can't say no. Even if we wanted to exercise the rights under the Helios Code. In fact, we are going to apply Helios Code. Even if we... In the event that a case cannot be immediately brought to trial, as long as there is a qualified detective present, a judgment may be pronounced under a detective discretion. Even if you will not escape judgment, except what you... Sarzan, let me finish. As I was trying to say, according to the code, you have 10 minutes to make your peace. If you don't want to be hanged, do something. Like a confession? It depends on your definition of confession. Alright. Sean set his handkerchief on the chair back, bowed his head, and meekly followed Sarzan up the stairs. Suddenly, several loud noises came from upstairs. What happened? I'm a little scared. Let me have a look. Open the door, now. Sarzan used his shoulders to batter open the door to Kane's room. What happened? Sean ran inside and jammed the door with something. Ah! The door swung open, knocking the nightstand aside. Sean leaned back against the chair where Kane was sitting, holding the dagger, sweating profusely. Oh shit. Whoa. He clenched his teeth, closed his eyes, and thrust the dagger deep into his stomach. Thick blood gushed out around the blade and onto the handle, covering the fine carvings in layers of crimson. Sean had used the same dagger to break the commandment of "Thou shalt not kill," but he also atoned for his crime with it. We just stood there and watched life slowly ebb from Sean's body. Now we're in big trouble. When the snow stops, I need to go to the judiciary to testify. But first we need to take care of Sean and Kane. Roman, take this up to my bedside. Zarin threw me the key to Kane's room, picked up the broken key, and stuffed it into his pocket. Thrivey, get Heron up here and ask him if we could perform a funeral. But if he refuses to perform funeral rites for a suicide, tell him Sean was hanged by me with Roman's permission. Okay. Heron came upstairs with his rosary and his cross. I pulled down the ladder to the attic. The attic was dark. I started regretting leaving the candle downstairs. When my eyes adjusted to the darkness, I carefully walked around the trapdoor on the floor and hung the key on the key holder. I went back down to the corridor and met Zarin dragging the body. Roman, help me drag them down to the yard. As long as they're kept outdoors, they won't rot in the freezing cold. Heron's already recited scriptures for them. When the snow stops, I'll ask the church to give them a decent funeral. Ah, well. Dragging two stiff bodies, we went downstairs along the spiral stairs. Should we leave the dagger here or pull it out? I feel like we should pull it out. Well, we'd better pull it out. Will it mess up the scene? The case is already closed. The coroner from the judiciary will just have a simple glance. Also, it's not safe to leave it where anyone could... Don't say that. Sorry, it's just that Kane happened to meet his enemy. We're not all enemies in this hotel, right? Who knows? Sarzan opened the door and dragged Kane and Sean from the tavern. Maybe I'll go to sleep now. I went upstairs. All the doors are locked except Kane's and Sean's. Everyone went to bed, whether they can fall asleep or not. I need to go to bed too, though I probably can't fall asleep. I locked the door, hid the key under the pillow, and then blew the candle out. Haven't seen you in a while. Yeah. Turns out you didn't forget me, Sean. Sure. So you merely forgot that promise you made, right? Sorry, I haven't had the chance to recommend you. No chance at all? Being the Marquise's valet doesn't bring you even a single chance to even mention my name? Sorry. Even if you didn't fulfill your promise, I still hope that we could keep in touch. Don't smash things, just wait a moment. Don't be so angry. Even if you failed to keep your word, I always thought of you as a friend. Don't come near me. This is what I wanted to tell you after I calmed down, but you never gave me the chance. Merry Christmas! Merry Christmas! Merry Christmas! Merry Crimble! Oh, this is actually Christmas Day. Okay, let me save this. Merry Christmas! Merry Christmas! Okay, I think that's it because I do need to go to bed. Maybe we'll finish. Maybe we'll finish this one. Maybe we'll finish this one. It's pretty good. It's pretty good for like haha, this is gonna be a joke. But honest, low key, when I heard the song to it. I was like, okay, this is gonna be a banger. I was like, haha, this is gonna be a funny joke, right? But no, it's actually a banger. It's actually a banger. It's a genuine banger. Hi Miltendo, happy Merry Crimble. Happy Merry Crimble. Okay, I'm going to raid Inari. Twitch.tv. Twitch.tv. Oh wait, is she still live? Is she still live? It doesn't say she's live. But you know who's Eric? Eric is streaming. She's dead. No! Eric is streaming. Who else is streaming? Eric is streaming. We're gonna raid Eric. Go find a friend. Eric is Fred. Eric is Fred. Okay. Bye everybody. I'll see you next time. Can I recommend the 12 Days of Yaoimas? Do you think that's a song? Do you think that's a song he can do? Pats the Twaffles here. Hey, Merry Christmas, everybody. Sleep tight. Have a good night. Don't let the bed bugs bite. And I'll see you next time. If there's a... Fuck yeah! Okay. Okay. Good night, everybody. Sleep tight. Don't let the bed bugs bite, right? Eric plays bass. You know what I bet he's doing right now? I bet he's playing bass. Bye. Bye. Good night. Bye-bye. Merry Crimble. Merry Crimble. Merry Chrysler. Merry Crimbus. Bye. 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 Bye.